Yes, good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to Nigeria Decides, right here on Trust TV, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. It's a day of decision here in Nigeria, and I am Ayuba Ilya. We'll be taking through with my co-anchor on all that will be happening on this day. Good morning, Stella.
Good morning, Ayuba. Good morning, Nigerians. And I hope you are as excited as I am for the 7th consecutive time Nigerians return to the polling unit to vote for governors and members of the state houses of assembly. My name is Stella Iyaji, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Stella, and we're talking about 28 states running for, I would say, having their governorship elections.
Yep.
11 of those are seeking re-election, and 17 of them are newbies, sort of, in the race and everything. A lot is expected. Over 10,000 candidates vying for less than 1,000 seats across the country. It seems it's going to be more intense than that of the presidential.
That's 1% of the total number of people vying will emerge as winners of the election.
Exactly.
That's
so expectedly, it's going to be very intense, given the fact that it's a local election. Yes,
this is the election that is closer to the people. Well, that of the local government is actually closest to the people, but then the state and the state governors and houses of assembly is very, very close to the people. As a matter of fact, some Nigerians, that is the only encounter they have with governance. That's the only one they ever get to have any kind of interaction or anything with. So it's very important.
Yes, when you talk about the presidential and National Assembly, those are a bit farther, they're a bit away from the people, even though all the states have senators and House of Representatives representative members. However, you still have state assembly members, which is much more closer.
Ayuba, in the run-up to this thing, when I heard of a lot of violence, a lot of noise across the state, I paused to think about it, and I was wondering, why was there so much interest? Then I realized something. At the state level, you actually know someone. It's possible you know the person contesting for the State House of Assembly. It's possible you know the governor, you know the family he comes from, you know the area and everything. So there's that closeness is one of the things why we're seeing so much interest in this election.
And perhaps maybe that's why we've seen the kind of identity politics, unfortunately,
sadly,
taking sort of center stage in some areas. So you hear all the talks. So, for instance, in Lagos State, you hear all the talks about, is this person Yoruba?
This
Yoruba,
place belongs to us.
All those kind of narratives. And unfortunately, we are having to deal with even in 2023.
And then we also have the issue of religion. In Taraba State last night, a governorship candidate stepped down in the night. I mean, that's barely, say, 10 hours to the election. He said because of the religious tone that the whole thing had taken, So
quite unfortunate. I hope that our politics will be able to go past this stage.
I was hoping that at this point we would have moved past that.
And also, issues of possible disruption and violence in the process. The Nigerian police has given all assurances to that effect to ensure that people are not voters are not suppressed, people are not intimidated. They come out to cast their ballot on this very important election. So we'll see how all of that, pans out. We also hear from INEC as to their preparedness and their readiness to ensure that there is a smooth election, and also some of the flaws that we saw in the presidential and state assembly elections do not repeat themselves in this very election.
And I'm actually very hopeful when it comes to the security personnel, especially when you look at their performance during the presidential election. They got a lot of accolades for their performance then. I'm just hoping that they up their game so that, there will be relative peace across the country.
Accolades in some quarters, knocks in some quarters. Because some people would disagree. They will say, well, we've seen abysmal performance in some areas. So, for instance, if you talk about instances where we saw on videos, where people are being intimidated, clearly told that if you are not voting for a particular party, you should go home. As a matter of fact, less than 48 hours ago, we saw a similar video again, who the person involved said, well, it was a joke and everything, but I wonder what kind of joke that is.
I saw that the person has had to retract that statement, though. You know?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That I mean, we're talking about MC Oluomo, not we keep saying the person is MC Oluomo here, and he said it's a joke, but. Should we be making jokes
we
with
shouldn't,
such
especially
issues,
when
such
there are very sensitive issues, and the fact that some persons could actually feel threatened by such a
exactly,
statement.
and all the festivals that are now going to be taking place, during elections in Lagos.
No, the festival is actually between
suspicion.
the festival is actually between 12 midnight and 5 a.m. Elections do not hold at that time. Election starts at 8 p.m. Well, then Ayuba, let's go for a short break.
We know we had logistical issues during the presidential and state assembly elections. So you cannot rule out the fact that this could affect movement in whatever way, and there are people who are likely to take advantage of this. Yeah, but don't also forget, based on what they said, their statement, this festival had been slated for today because the election was supposed to have been held on the 11th. Then it was shifted from by INEC. All we're saying is that we just hope it doesn't affect. Yes, so if the elections have been shifted, the festival could as well. You know how cultural we can be. How cultural we can be. Maybe some of these professors let's just leave the argument. All right. Well, we'll take a short breather now, and then when we return, we'll take a look at other issues on the program. Join us again.
Where you find that they look like the not necessarily tribal or regional.
Because I have said that.
All right, thank you for staying. It's Nigeria Decides. It's a day of decision, and we are going to be bringing you analysis and perspectives on all that is expected to happen today. And before all that happens, let's take a look at what the papers are saying this morning by way of giving us a sense of what the mood in the country is this morning. So we begin with the Daily Trust newspaper this morning. Here on Daily Trust, we have the lead story, of course, talk about the fact that we have 28 states to elect governors today. 11 are seeking re-election, 7 new ones to emerge. You have 10,231 in contest for 993 state assembly seats. INEC security operatives ready for polls. You have another rider to that. It says politicians devise a new vote buying method, and that's according to the CDD. Now, if you look at the infograph there, basically shows you the number of contestants. That's for the governorship in each of the 28 states. You have a breakdown there. You could, pick a copy of the Daily Trust newspaper to have details of that. And you also have other graphics there. Very interesting. You have also a feature, how Maiduguri market fire reduced millionaires to paupers. And that's on page 27. At the bottom there, governorship polls. Court orders INEC to upload results to INEC. To IREF rather. Buhari signs bill mandating presidents, governors to form cabinet within 60 days on page 18. Fathers sells 9-month-old son to 3 buyers. You also have, I trained 3 graduates through roasting yam, just women. Very interesting story. Well, another one says, and that's on entertainment. It says, I don't feel threatened by skit makers, Benga Adeyinka. Today, 11 female candidates are eyeing governorship seats in the north. And that's on page 6. We'll see all that, how it's going to pan out today. But these are the main stories on the Daily Trust today.
All right, now let's take a look at the Punch newspaper. The Punch newspaper, still on the elections, of course, says upsets likely as 28 states elect governors today. The first rider, fierce battle in Abia, Rivers, Enugu, Benue, Sokoto, Delta, Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, Oyo, Bauchi governors battle to retain seats. We also have presidential poll results give opposition hope in many states. And beneath that, we have federal government sheds weight as Buhari ascends power devolution bills. States to establish, control railway, prisons, power projects. And then away from politics, okay, still on politics, we have paste, upload election results, court tells INEC. And away from politics, we have, I was sacked for exposing corruption in Ogun School. This is coming from a nurse. And above, just by the masthead, we have, while I would never return to Dubai, Imo caregiver. We also have Lagos orders bishops prosecution for rape of pastor. And beneath that, we have some members are gold diggers. I wonder what my co-anchor will say to that. Still on the Punch, we have poor money ritual seekers dark walk into deceit, misery. These are the major stories on the Punch for today.
All right, well, I'll reserve my comment for now. We'll just move on to the next paper. On the Nation newspaper, you have the lead story. It says, high stakes as voters elect governors in Lagos, Oyo, Ogun, Kwara, 24 others. The writer says, 10's gubernatorial contest also expected in Rivers, Kaduna, Delta, Enugu, Abia, and Plateau. Soludo, Obaseki, Adeleke in fierce battles to control Anambra, Edo, Osun assemblies. 41 National Assembly seats up for grabs in supplementary polls. Now, you also have above the masthead, INEC clarifies award of 434 million naira contract to printing firm. Cash crunch, regrets over mob attacks on banks by residents. You also would have that infograph showing you the 2023 elections special on the front page there. Well, these are the main stories on The Nation this morning.
Now let's take a look at the Guardian newspaper. It says, anxiety as states elect governors, lawmakers. The first rider, expect better security, IGP reassures Nigerians. We also have hot contest in Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Rivers, Enugu, others. No supplementary NAS elections today, says INEC. Huriwa others condemn violence threats in Lagos. Beneath that, we have ICC issues arrest warrant for Putin, another of Russian official. We also have Group 6 trial of Emefiele Malami over dead victims of Naira swap crisis. Oshimbajo, Sawonlu, Gowon, Oyedepo, others eulogize Hilda Adefarasin at funeral. We also have 2 die in stampede over Ramadan gifts. And beneath that, we have Guba Nas Saspo, can Binani Itubo build Nigerian women? These are the major stories on The Guardian for today.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the Daily Sun, the Saturday Sun today. The lead story there talks about those who will be governors. It says major parties in panic mode as GABA polls hold today. States where voters may spring surprises. You find all the pictures there, and also fresh moves to remove APC chair. Ensure improvement on identified lapses. Ohanes and Debo to INEC. Also, at the beginning, people said I was useless. That's a Chief Imo, that's an actor. Well, you'd find the details of that story when you pick a copy. Another one says presidential poll showed Nigerians are getting politically emancipated. So you'd find the details there. Another one, CSOs charge electoral body on transparent election. These are the main stories on the Daily Sun newspaper this morning. All right, so we have quite a lot really to chew this morning, Stella. So you wanted my comments on...
It's on the Punch newspaper. It says some men are gold diggers. I mean, before we go into the elections proper, would you like to comment?
Well, you know, the thing is, I have no doubt about that. It's true that some men are actually gold diggers because just like we have some women who are gold diggers as well. In every gender, you would find people who just don't want to put in the work, but they want to reap where they do not sow, right? You have women who are doing very well, having their careers, doing excellently, and then you have these men who are watching, oh, she's beautiful, she has money, she has everything, but on his part, you could see that the man is really not doing as much, I mean, or maybe very lazy to put in the work, you know, and yet he wants a good thing, you know. Who doesn't want a good thing, it is said, but then work for it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's very important to work for it. So that's what I would say to that.
Good.
Yes.
Because, you know, all the times when they want to talk about gold digging, they just focus on the women. So it's a good thing, you know. You guys are admitting that some
there
of you
are
engaged in the trade.
Yes, and I've seen some of them, especially these days when Nigeria is the way it is.
Yeah, it's becoming more common.
Yes, and people don't feel ashamed of. I mean, let's leave that for another discussion, maybe our lifestyle discussion.
Yeah.
All right. We have a guest in the studio who will be discussing with us on some of these political issues this morning as we go to the polls this morning. He's Dr. Olowu Olagunju. He's the lecturer, Department of Political Science in University of Abuja. So he'll be joining us to make sense of some of the issues. But before we engage him, well, welcome to the program.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yes. So before we engage him, we have a few slides we wanted to put up there for you just to have a sense of what we are dealing with on this day of election, a kind of a breakdown of all that we are expecting to see today. Our director, if you could put that up for us, let's just have a sense of what to expect So if you look at that slide, you would see that 28 states are going to the polls, and there are certain states that are expected to be battlegrounds, and some states are also expected to be there's likelihood, of violence in those states. So for instance, people talk about Lagos, people talk about Rivers, people talk about Kaduna and Kano states. These 4 states are states to watch in this election. If you look at the next slide, it shows you the breakdown of the number of candidates running for the election. So for the governorship, we have 28 states with a total number of 420 candidates that will be running for the various seats in the states. And also state assemblies, 10,232 total number of candidates, and then 993 seats, in each of the 36 states. That's the total of seats in the 36 states of the Federation. For the male and female breakdown, in the state houses of assembly, we have 9,183 males that will be running, and only 1,049 females are going to be running alongside. So you have just 10% of women who are going to be contesting for that seat. That's abysmal if you consider all that we've been through. Perhaps let's hear from our guest in the studio. I mean, does this worries you, really, this sort of decline in the number of females that are running for offices?
Yeah, it is a very big issue in Nigerian politics, so to say. And over the years, the trend has not improved. In fact, this recent presidential election showed a lot of negative trends concerning women participation in politics. The awareness is not too result-oriented. The participation is still very low, owing to some various issues, various factors, like violence in the politics, the politics of money bags, the politics of godfatherism, a lot of reasons. And I think ever before now, there has been a lot of women association to really push the interests of women forward. But then the past election has shown that the participation of women has not really improved, has not really been encouraging, so to say. And for us to have this type of abysmal participation, that means women are not well represented in the affairs of politics in Nigeria. And it portends a very bad image for Nigerian politics. Dr.
Olagunju, for us to be very, very specific, yes. In the last election, only 3 women were elected into the Senate out of 109 seats. So we have 3 women. So we're going to have 106 men and 3 women. Now, you said something that all the campaigns and advocacy have not been result-oriented. So there are some persons that will say, Nigerians have to be intentional about it. That is, people in authority, the men, they have to be intentional about actually including women in this thing.
And to be intentional about it will mean that you are going to have a kind of constitutional amendment to really give a specific quota to women, to really encourage them. But if it is the way it is, there is nothing anybody can do about it. Because honestly, I will tell you that there have been a lot of advocacy just to encourage women in this political era, but to some extent the result has not been showing. So for us to really have an encouraging participation, there will be a kind of constitutional amendment that will really give specific quota to women. Yes, it has been achieved in some African countries, and I believe we can do it.
Is that
too.
even likely to happen? That quota that you are talking about? Very recently we saw how some bills for women in the National Assembly were kicked out. So also, let's take a case in context here. Adamawa State, you have a female candidate in a major political party, talking about Aisha Binani, in that state. What are the chances like, in your assessment?
Well, for her to have taken that ticket from that party sends a lot of very positive signal that it is possible. And going by the fact that the political gladiators in that state are solidly behind her, I think we can make history with her aspiration. She stands a very big chance. Bearing in mind that the religious sentiment in that part of the country, people still put it aside to make sure that this woman is given a chance. Honestly, she stands a very bright and a good chance for writing the history of becoming the first executive governor, if elected. Honestly, it stands a very good chance.
All right, Doctor, apart from Binani, who is flying the flag of the a big party,
yes.
In fact, the ruling party, the
Yes,
APC.
APC, yes.
We have about 11 female candidates in the seat in the north, but all the others are, flying the flags of parties that are very, smaller parties, not too popular. Why is that so? The other bigger parties, apart from the APC, didn't consider them, or what happened?
It is boiled down to the fact that Nigerian politicians are not ready to give the women folk the chance to really prove themselves. If they are ready at party level, like I'm saying, there should be a kind of quota, even from the political parties that will say, okay, we want so female to be deputy governors. We want number of so female to be House of Representative member. We want so number of female to be to be Senate member. From the political party, they can right this wrong. But if that is not done, then they will be left to other smaller unpopular party who will attract them with all means. And of course, we all know that they don't have a chance.
And sometimes they don't even have a chance.
They
so
don't
it's
have a
just
chance.
like, okay,
just go and contest and satisfy your aspiration. You are going nowhere, because of course we know that you need some very popular platform to really achieve that aim.
All right, so let's talk about another state here, Bauchi State. You have a former minister of the FCT, Bala Mohammed, and also the former chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sadiq Abubakar, who is also contesting for governorship in the state. I mean, these are the two dominant political parties in the state, the APC and the PDP. What are your analysis as far as that is concerned?
In fact, Bauchi is an interesting state to watch in this election because of the outbursts and a lot of criticism the political parties and the aspirants have been putting on the space, on the media space. It's going to be a kind of close contest, so to say. But I'm seeing that Bala Mohammed, to some extent, might be re-elected. Of course, there are a lot of campaign against his candidature. In fact, many people in that state really want a change, but I felt Bala should have a kind of a hedge, being an incumbent and seeing what he has done in the last 4 years. He should have a very big chance ahead of APC aspirant, I think, in my own view.
When you look at the Bauchi electorate, I've always looked at them with awe, because they have this sophistication. If the Bauchi electorate say you're not coming back, you're not coming back, So you started by saying that the people want a change. And then you said that you think he might be re-elected. So if the people want a change, would he be,
Yes, I think going by his own antecedent, I think when he came in, the state is being governed by another party, but he came in when they were yearning for change. And to some extent, some of his supporters still believe he's doing well. Of course, some section of the state are still yearning for change in the person of the APC aspirant. It's going to be a very close contest. Because Bauchi has a very peculiar political history, and majority of the political gladiators are from this state, both in APC, both in PDP. So they have a lot of interest in that state. But I'm still thinking that Bala Mohammed might still have his way back to the seat.
Okay. All right, let's talk about Nasarawa State, another state of interest. This is a state we saw the Labour Party win in the presidential election. For the state election, well, there's uncertainty as to what is likely going to play out. You have a governor that is seeking re-election, that's Sule, Governor Sule there, and you know, he's coming side by side with that of the PDP, David Mbogado, who is also running for that seat for the first time. So what's your make of this? And especially given the fact that the candidate of the Labour Party has endorsed that of the PDP.
Honestly, going by the presidential election result in Nasarawa is going to be a kind of open contest. Open contest in the sense that the incumbent might not have it easy. Because there are a lot of gang up against the incumbent. They don't really want him back. Some part of Nasarawa, most especially the Egon people, felt there is a time. It is time now for them to have their own representation in that seat. So he might not come back. The opposition party might really take that state. Going by the endorsement of Labour Party, who really proved their worth in the presidential election, endorsing the PDP candidate now might give them edge, and they might take that state from APC.
Are you now looking at the position of the SDP in Nasarawa as well?
That's another interesting, because I think SDP produced some representative in the last election. I'm not thinking SDP can spring any major surprise. It's still going to be between the APC and the PDP. Of course, we cannot neglect the fact that he's a popular candidate too, and it can go either way. But I'm not seeing APC having a very strong hold to that seat.
Okay. Another state of interest, Lagos State. I'm sure a lot of people are watching Lagos and on what has been happening in the lead up to the state election. What do you make of what's happening there?
Yeah, going by the cosmopolitan nature of Lagos, yes, some people will say it is a no man's land, so to say. But to me, if the SD for electing governor is performance, you cannot blame Sanwo-Olu of not performing. But we all saw the type of dynamics that really happened in the last election, the dynamics of religion, the dynamics of ethnicity and the rest. But this time around, because a lot of socio-cultural groups have really endorsed Sanwo-Olu re-election, so it might not going to go the way of presidential election. I'm sure the Sanwo-Olu candidate has really performed to some extent, and I think he's going to have the state back.
Do you think that some of the narratives that we had about Sanwo-Olu, you know, regardless of the fact that you talked about him performing and the rest of them, do you think that some of the narratives has to do with perhaps his relationship with the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
Not relationship per se. Lagos is a potential, it's a very potential state on its own.
Or maybe the political affiliation here, being the fact that the president-elect is APC. And,
the president is not going to wedge any big influence, so to say. Lagos is going to decide on their own. You know, that state has provided a kind of stiff opposition to the center for a very long time. They have their own peculiar politics there. And this time around, they cannot afford to be at the opposition when they have their own at the center now. So I think they will do everything in terms of campaign and advocacy to make sure that they retain that state. Yes, the Labour Party candidate is a very popular person now. He has the backing of the youth. He has the backing of people who really felt there is need for change, there is need for the link from the normal status quo, so to say. But then I think, all in all, Sanwo-Olu might still have his way back, because to some extent he has performed and he has shown leadership in that state, and he might still get it.
All right, Lagos is one other place that people are worried about in the time of violence.
Yes.
And in the next, I mean, very soon voting will start if it hasn't started. So what are you anticipating? What do you think would happen?
I think there is no perfect election. We are not praying for it, but I think there might be a pocket of violence in some places in Lagos because of the interest. Don't forget, there is a viral video going around where a particular citizen is threatening that if you know you are not voting for so party, don't come out to vote. Don't come out to vote. And police has taken the video, they have examined it, and they are investigating that kind of person. It's a kind of threat, so to say, and it's a kind of what to come. We cannot debunk the prediction of violence. And in majority of the dailies today, Lagos is part of that state where they are expecting pocket of violence. Irrespective of that, I think the security agents should be at the top of their game to arrest any unforeseen violence that might happen there.
Now let's go to Kano. We saw what happened in the presidential election. Yes, the governor of Kano State is a member of the APC, and but in the presidential election, we saw the NNPP, to Kano State. What should we expect today?
I think Kano is very easy to predict, so to say. If somebody who is not in that government could float a party within a year and garner more than 900,000 votes in a state, it's a very big stakeholder in that state. So I think anybody who is flying the flag of NNPP there will have the day, irrespective of incumbency or anything you might think of. That shows that that kind of man is so popular among the people, and he has a lot of mobilizers in their side, and they are going. I think they are going to get it. The incumbent might not have any influence, and NNPP might have their way in that state, going by the result of the presidential election that was just conducted.
Okay, another state of interest is Rivers. Although the incumbent governor is not seeking re-election, a lot has happened in Rivers State during the presidential and National Assembly elections. What do you see happening in Rivers?
Sorry, for the sake of Kano too, it has been predicted that there may be a kind of pocket of violence. You know, there were killing there in the last election. So the situation might get a bit tense in Kano too. So in Rivers, whether the governor is contesting or not, he has his structure on ground in Rivers State, and you must give him that credit. This is a governor who appointed more than 200,000 political appointees, more than 200 special advisors and the rest, and they are on payroll of the state.
Is that a good thing for?
It's not a good thing, but it is his own strategy to get hold of the electorate in that state. I can tell you for free that no family in that state that is not represented in this government, whether it is a low level representation or something, so they are getting some, is in hold of that particular state, and I think his own party, his own candidate is going to win that election convincingly. I think, yes, some people are saying yes.
But let's not forget that the APC won
exactly,
in Rivers
that's
State.
What I was,
APC,
they won
in Rivers State
level.
during the presidential and national
because of
assembly
some
election.
connivance and some trade-off and agreement. That was why it is possible. But this time around, we are going to see a different ball game.
Well, I'm always thinking, after the presidential election, the governor of the state actually came out to say that his alliance with the APC ended with that election, and that,
yes,
now it's the PDP. However, it's the voters that are going to vote. If they voted for the APC then, don't you think that they could be confused and still, go for the APC, even if the governor wants PDP at this point?
Or maybe Labour Party.
Or even Labour Party,
Well, they have a kind of volatile electorate, and to some extent, majority of them, the level of literacy there is a bit high. And I'm sure that they will not be confused. And they will have had series of meetings where they will have discussed the direction they are going. And yes, in fact, APC is doing everything to make sure that they change the narrative in that state. But I still believe somebody has the structure of that state in his pocket, and I think he's still going to have hedge in whatever strategy and plan the opposition might come.
Even late last night, one party, was it ADC or so, endorsed, they said they were no more taking part and that they were endorsing the APC. Don't you think that would...
It's going to be a very strong competition there. Yes, the margin might be very narrow this time around, but I still see PDP as a contending force in Rivers State election. Irrespective of the merger, irrespective of the agreement, I think APC and PDP will still have their way. I may not be perfect, but then going by the statistics and the type of hold the incumbent governor has on that state, I think he might still work in his way because he has a kind of strategy of mobilizing people in the grassroots, and they are all integrated to some extent in the structure.
Okay, let's talk about the performance of INEC in the presidential and national assembly elections and what is likely to happen. Yes, they've given all the assurances that this time around the beavers will work. The IREV, the INEC viewing portal, results viewing portal will work. And all the assurances that the logistical issues or the challenges that were faced during the presidential and national assembly election will not repeat itself this time around. Do you think that the performance of, the INEC during that previous election could influence the way the voter turnout will be in the governorship election and perhaps maybe the tension that we are likely to see?
Yes, INEC has promised that there is going to be improvement, and we want to take them for that. Honestly, there will be an improvement because a lot of reports about that presidential election are on the negative side. Leave it or take it. Most especially the foreign observers did not report that election in a very positive light. But that notwithstanding, there is nowhere in the world you have perfect election. But I'm very sure they are going to improve upon the last election. Yes, they are going to improve. Don't forget, in the presidential election, even those who are off-season in their own election have to conduct presidential election. And so, this time around, there may not be election in some states. So
there's election everywhere, because even where there's no governorship election, there's state assembly. So it's only in the FCT that there's no election.
Yes,
today.
I'm aware. The state assembly. So bearing in mind that there will be a kind of concentration in some states, and they said they have prepared so early that sensitive materials have got into their destination even 48 hours before the election. That is a positive sign. But to say that there won't be itches is to say that, of course, there will be itches, but we are saying let it be marginal and minimal so that it will not discredit the outcome of the election. Of course, there will be an improvement. I'm very sure there will be an improvement because there are some things that we cannot really control here. When you are talking about internet facilities, for instance, you don't control what you don't own. There might be itches which we might not get it so easy to fix. But honestly, there will be an improvement because the INEC too saw the reports and saw majority of what transpired during the presidential election. So they want to do everything to make sure that there's an improvement, and they are going to get it right this time around, I guess. Then for the voting turnout, yes, people are so concerned this time around that this one is more closer than that of the presidential election, because at the level of state, you find some people who have a lot of interest and they want to participate in the politics at the level of state. Don't forget the state assembly too. These are people who represent certain local government and the rest. So there will be a kind of improved in voters turnout this time around because of what is at stake at state level.
What about the tension? Because, I mean, we've heard a lot of stories about saying, oh, if for ad hoc officials who are coming to the polling units, you must upload the results before leaving, and the rest of them going by the experience that was had at the presidential and national assembly. And some of these things are informed by that experience. Yeah. And so, do you see a likelihood of, tension really, and perhaps people behaving in a certain way, given the fact that given the outcome of the presidential?
Yes, there will always be tension, but we are all humans. Machines too do malfunction at times. So if you are saying they must upload, and if something happens, they could not upload, and everybody understand, and there will be a kind of understanding. There will be a kind of understanding. But then, I'm sure, even the last presidential election, the party agents were there. In the case when they could not upload, they did a kind of snapping, taking the figures and the rest to make sure that there won't be any difference if the results are eventually uploaded. Of course, we are still going to experience some results not being able to be uploaded as at when the voting has been concluded. So, but that is not to say it will not be an improvement. There will be an improvement, and INEC surely will have a kind of leverage on the past criticism and make it better this time around.
All right. Well, we still are talking about the cash crunch. Whether or not that will also be have an impact on this election. Although we've seen that the CBN has given the authorization for people to accept the old 500 and 1,000 naira notes. What do you make of it?
Yes, the policy itself is a kind of minus for the ruling party. Leave it or take it. It's a kind of minus to the ruling party. But bearing that in mind, some people felt, oh, this is a governorship election, and our governor was not part of that kind of policy, and he does not have a say in it. It's still, yes, it's a factor, but it's not a big factor that will really decide the outcome of this election this time around. On the influence of money, yes, not that there was no vote buying in the presidential election. There was vote buying, of course, and this time around too, there will be, just that it might not be visible. There are a lot of many factors going into vote buying now. They have so.
There's actually a CDD report that's in today's paper in the Daily Trust that says that the politicians have devised other means of vote buying, and they called on Nigerians to, vote their conscience no matter what.
Because some people were saying the monetary policy introduced, the Naira redesign is to make sure that to prevent vote buying. I was laughing, and I told them, these politicians are very smart politicians. This is what they do for a living. To plan for election, they have 3-4 years to plan for election, and they have their way. They will always be ahead of any policy that will limit their interest. I said, no, it cannot carry them. Some people are spending dollars. Some people are, that. In fact, some people have even settled the electorate before the election. How do you see that? So it's the influence of money this time around will not be as massive, and it's not going to change anything. People are aware, and they really want change, and they know where and how to get this change through the ballots.
Okay. All right. So we will be taking an update from Kano State, where we understand our reporter there, Idris Jibrin, has something for us this morning. Let's take a look.
Well, this is one of the voting centers across the metropolitan city of Kano, where hundreds of voters have already turned out to vote. Even though the election has not started yet, it's too early for that. But I can see behind me here are the election officials distributing both sensitive and non-sensitive materials to the electoral officers that are going to take care of all the polling units that are within this primary school in Nasarawa area of Kano metropolis. But at the moment, many people have come out, have seen so many people sitting down. They are waiting for the electoral officers to start distributing the electoral materials so that voting will commence in this place. I have also visited a number of places. It's surprising. This is one of the few places that I've seen many people that turned out. There are other places where I couldn't see anybody. People have not started coming out. Likewise, on the streets are deserted, but there are also presence of security officials everywhere you go across Kano metropolis. Now, we are following the situation to see how it's going to start, but it's too early for voting to start. But at the moment, any moment from now, voting is going to start across the state, especially places where electoral materials have already arrived.
All right, our correspondent there, Idris Jibrin from Kano, giving us an update, a situation report on what's happening at the moment in the state. So it's still early, where nothing is happening yet. Perhaps the ad hoc officials are just arriving.
Did you see that crowd?
Yeah, I mean,
electorate are waiting already.
Of course. I
That
mean,
shows the interest and the determination.
Yes, perhaps not in the context of what I mean. So what I mean, nothing is happening in the sense.
Election have not started.
Election,
process.
And then maybe some of the dramas that are likely to happen in terms of disruption and all that. Not that we're expecting those things to happen, but
of course,
these are states to watch.
Yeah.
These are states that, one of the states that there's a likelihood of violence, as it's been observed by civil society groups and the rest of them. So earlier we talked about, disruption. We've had cases where politicians have been arrested now, perhaps maybe for inciting statements. In Kano, I'm aware that 2 persons about, I think 2 or 3 days ago, were arrested for making inciting statements and sharing it on social media platforms. We have a House of Representatives member who was arrested and arraigned in court for allegedly killing some
causing
persons.
the deaths of 11 persons.
Yes, exactly, and all that. And in Bauchi, we also understand that a former House of Rep member was declared wanted, for murder and all that. So when we hear such stories, it looks like violence in the process, it's taking a new dimension. Would you say that our security personnel, the police, are living up to expectation in that regard?
Yes, of course, when you have a very high stake, politicians will always be desperate to get elected. The stake in Nigerian politics is so high and attractive that some people see it as an avenue to make money. So when you have a high stake like that, politicians will always be desperate. For security agencies, yes, they will always tell you they are on top of the situation, they are investigating and the rest. I'm expecting by now that citizens in Lagos who did a video to say, if you are not voting for a particular party, please don't come out to vote. We issue that kind of threat should be in the custody of police by now. But because some individuals are bigger than the state.
What the police said was, well, it was a joke. That they said that the person came out, to make a statement with respect to that it was a joke he was just making. He didn't really mean it, and that the police was saying, well, let's leave it at that. That is just a joke.
That's not the first time. That's not the second time. This particular person has been doing that in support of a particular party. I think police should go beyond these rhetorics. Let there be, if there is no punishment for wrongdoing, of course, people will always indulge in that kind of behavior. There must be deterrence. There must be punishment. People who are responsible should answer questions, because one of the reasons why you don't really have higher turnout in election is because of this violence. Some people felt, oh, I cannot, because I want to vote, to come and kill myself or the rest, get myself killed, or I still have future ahead of me. So,
in fact, to allude to that, some observers have questioned the fact that how is it that Nigeria has 87 million registered voters who have collected their PVCs, and then on the day of election, the system or the electoral umpire was only able to capture 25 million people in the polls. So and even at that 25 million people, you have only 24 million people that eventually voted, and the rest of them. So you have 25 million accredited and then 24 million eventually voted and the rest of them. And people are saying it's not necessarily the fact that people didn't turn out for the election, but that perhaps because of INEC's inability to, put up a good show in terms of logistical issues and in terms of accommodating as many people that came out for the election. Cases of stories of disenfranchisement and the rest of them.
It portends a very bad signal for Nigerian democracy. In fact, for you to have less than 10% of your population endorsing your president, it will bring a kind of legitimacy crisis. Very bad danger for Nigerian democracy. The best democracy in the world is Norway in terms of election participation. Norway records no less than 85 to 90% electoral participation. Not even US. Citizens in Norway all over the world will come home to vote because they are very sure that the vote will count and make impact. But for you to have less than 25 million persons endorsing your president in a country you have over 80 million registered voters.
Yes, the winner eventually got to 8 million, right? Which is 35% of the 24 million that even came out. So
that's what I'm saying. Again, the constitutional requirement, yes, is there, but we know that this type of margin, you cannot regard it as a popular president. I stand to be corrected. It's not a popular president, for God's sake. Less than 10% of your population. It presents a very bad signal for Nigerian democracy. Then, from now, moving forward, we should have a kind of advocacy that will encourage people to really participate in the process. Honestly, the voter turnout has been a very big issue in Nigeria. And a lot of factors responsible for that. A lot.
Dr. Olagunju, if you look at the graph, you find that since 2003,
yes,
we had it high in 2003, and then it's been dropping. And even though it kept on dropping, we didn't have such a dismal figure as we had this time. But again, there are some persons that will tell you that the reason it wasn't this poor in the past was because we didn't use the beavers. So the beavers this time actually showed the number of Nigerians who actually come out.
Exactly. That, in my own opinion, the beavers to some extent is giving credibility to this process. That is a major reason why citizens must participate this time around. Maybe they have seen it in the presidential election that I myself, I was a collation officer somewhere, and I told people that except the process is disrupted somewhere, if truly you voted, there's no how it can be manipulated going by that beavers. Do you know what we are asked to do? Open the beavers, look at the number. Does it tally with what they are coming with as a result? If no, then you cancel. So it is very impossible for you to manipulate that machine. It will show you total number of registered voters there, total number of accredited, you see everything, and you take the record.
So does this,
yes, we talk about, some extent.
Yes, it's a game changer.
But I'm thinking it should encourage.
I mean, shouldn't we have more Nigerians now, given the fact that we have a system, we have a beavers that is at work, right? Because people are suspicious of the fact that perhaps the beavers is even bringing about systemic disenfranchisement in some way. So, for instance, you have a polling unit where you say, oh, there's overvoting or there's disruption. So for that reason, it's cancelled. Now, not considering the fact that there are people who actually casted their vote in those places, legitimately. It means that those votes have been wasted. That's one area. And then, why is it that then the beavers is not able to capture as many people, in terms of the number of vote cast?
Except there's manipulation by those who are handling that machine. It has been programmed in such a way that nobody except that person that is trained to handle it can have access to it. In fact, for you to even have access to that machine, you have to take yourself, you have to take your picture for you to have access to it. So for another third party to come, to be very difficult, except INEC personnel who have automatic password to those machines. So to some extent, that kind of machine truly gives credibility to outcome of election. And I think people should, except the political parties will now be doing advocacy to say, please behave in an orderly manner, don't be smart to, but that machine has been tested now, and people should begin to trust this process.
So from what you're saying, since this is the first time we're using it, maybe going forward, people will now have more confidence in the system.
Yes, they will have the testimony of this election will now make some people to really believe that the process is becoming more credible. And the cancellation, you have cancellation where there is overvoting. Overvoting in the sense that you said you are credited 500, you are recording 550 vote. It is not possible. There will be automatic cancellation for that. And I don't think politicians can instigate that kind of cancellation, except for the novice of those who are handling that machine that will allow that to happen.
So
is there no way around this? Exactly. Is there no other ways around this? Because it means that people in those places have been disenfranchised.
But then you cannot.
I mean, it's not everybody that participated in the overvoting. Is it the fault of the voters that there is overvoting in a particular place? Or is it the fault of the voters that the election in that place was disrupted?
It is not the fault of the electorate, so to say, but some stakeholders around that place will have connived to make sure that that kind of overvoting happen, and there must be penalty for such.
So when it happens, what do we do?
What do we do about the votes in that place, in those places?
So that's the regulation. The INEC Electoral Act now says if there is element of overvoting, there must be cancellation. So I think going forward, it will now mean that there must be a kind of consideration for those people who have legitimately cast their vote to have their say, because if cancellation will always be the result, truly some people will feel shortchanged and marginalized. So going forward, there will be a kind of consideration that will take care of this electorate whose votes are cancelled. But for now, any element of overvoting, they give direction to cancel that.
Because this is very important, because it's seeming like there's a trend now where politicians,
they are now exploiting that gap.
Yeah, exactly. Once they realize, or once they understand in a particular place they do not have, an edge, over a particular candidate, all they need to do is just go and disrupt the thing.
Exactly.
And the whole vote in that place will be cancelled.
But that will be in connivance with the INEC, whoever is handling the machine, right?
Honestly, I don't know. Truly, I don't have the authority to speak on the past election. There was a kind of polling unit that was deliberately disrupted because they felt some persons have upper hand if vote is conducted in that place. So there is this deliberate destruction and the rest. So, and Alex said, yes, if there was a kind of disruption, you cancel the place. And we were like, hi. Those people in that area, to some extent, have been disenfranchised, whether directly or indirectly. Is there no provision? And they said, no, there's no provision to take. The best thing to do is go to court.
So, in your place as a political scientist, what would you recommend be done in such situations?
Yes, I think I will recommend that INEC should do everything to recognize and make a kind of plea for those legitimate voters, because all of them cannot conspire to give politicians a hedge. So there are some citizens who really want their votes to be counted. INEC should do more to make sure that these people are exempted from this trouble of politicians. And I think that can be achieved by looking at the scenario that play out and possibly conducting a re-election in that area.
Okay. All right. So we have our correspondent from Delta State, Kevin, who is going to be giving us an update from that part of the country. Good morning, and thank you for joining us, Kevin.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Yes. So give us an idea of what the mood is like in Delta State.
Yes. Here in Delta State, the mood is very calm. Everywhere is peaceful. As voters are out, they are voting as early as 8 o'clock. They are already here, casting their vote peacefully. No noise, no violence, nothing like electoral misconduct. They are out, they are voting.
So
here in Ekwoma, in Ika Northeast local government area of Delta State, the hometown of the state governor, they are casting their vote peacefully.
All right, Kevin, I know you are with the governor, but do you have an idea of what is happening in other parts of Delta State?
Yes, as I speak to you now in Warri, everywhere is peaceful. It's not like what we had the last time during the presidential election. The INEC officials, they are up to their task. As I'm talking to you, they distribute material peacefully, no violence now. Nothing. No one has complained. No one has raised any doubt that they are yet to see any electoral materials. But today, everything is going on peacefully. Don't worry.
So we can conveniently say that INEC officials, ad hoc officials, have arrived early enough to the polling units.
Yes. Before 8 o'clock, here in Ika, INEC officials, they arrived, they did their job. As I talk to you now, the voters, they are happy that they see INEC officials early enough. As for worry, the report we are having now is that no violence. INEC officials, they are on ground. Unlike the presidential election, 12 o'clock, as in 12 noon, no voter, no INEC present in a polling unit. But today, as early as 8 o'clock, 8 a.m., INEC officials are already taking their place, and accreditation has started. Voting has commenced.
All right, Kelvin, at the last time, we noticed that there were areas where the beavers was slow in capturing the voters and the process was, delayed. How is it today? How would you rate the functionality of the beavers?
For now, everything is going on smoothly. Nobody is complaining. No one has come out to say the beavers is not working. For now, they are happy. They are satisfied as things are going peacefully. We are yet to see the governor. We are waiting for the governor to come out and cast his vote.
Okay, in terms of the tension in the state leading up to today, what can you tell us about all the major contenders and their supporters?
Yes, here in Delta State, time of governorship election, we normally witness violence. But in this governorship election, I don't think we are going to witness anything like violence in Ika or Asaba. The only flashpoint we are thinking of maybe looking at is that of Ugeli, the Delta Central. As at yesterday, moving around, we witness the heavy presence of the military men. But for that of the Ikas and the Anyoshan, there's nothing like that. No military presence, the road is free. Nobody to intimidate anybody. But coming through the Asaba from Ugeli, you see military men on the road. That means it's an indication that violence might take place. But for now, we are yet to hear anything like violence.
All right, thank you so much, Melua Kelvin. We'll reach back to you later on the program to hear more on what's happening. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, you heard him. So far, so good. No sad story. No story of violence or disruption anywhere. INEC officials are on ground, making sure that the election goes smoothly. So that's a kudos to INEC, isn't it?
Well, it's just 30 minutes into the vote.
Yeah, exactly.
So it started at 8:30. So let's just hope that
it's too early.
Let's just hope that it continues like that for the rest of the day.
It's a good report, so to say that people have started voting, and the atmosphere is calm.
All right. Well, we'll take a short breather now, and then when we return, we'll get more insights and analysis on the governorship and state assembly election. Join us again. All right. Now, thank you so much for staying with us. You're watching Nigeria Decides, another day of decision here in the country. 28 states will be electing, governors in their states, and also state assembly elections will be holding in all the 36 states of the Federation. So you could see from our slide there, only 28 states, yes, will be having elections, but the states that will not be having elections, there you have them on our slide. They are marked in green there. Kogi State is one of the states with off-cycle election, alongside others like Edo, Ondo, Ekiti, Oshun, Imo State, Bayelsa State. The FCT is not, a place where you have, a governor. So we are not expected to see any election here in the FCT, and also there are no state assembly members in the FCT, so perhaps that's why you may see that in the FCT activities are normal. Everybody is going about his normal activity.
Now, all right, I think maybe we should cross over to Benue State quickly and take Jimmy Azande, who is standing by.
Okay.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Yeah, good morning.
Can you run us through what's happening in your state at the moment?
Oh yes, it's been a day of activity, as we say. Let me tell you that something happened here that is quite very surprising to some of us who are going about.
Please go ahead and share.
There was this concept developed by the electorate in Benue, called healing mass. They said today is healing mass. And so in most communities yesterday, it's like people stayed awake.
I didn't get that. What did you say? What?
In Benue, it's like in most communities, people stay awake for this day.
You call it Ehima, what?
Sorry?
What do you call it? Ehima?
I said they call it healing mass here.
Healing mass.
Healing
I see.
Like
all
they do
right.
in,
Okay.
And so to prelude the healing mass today, there was what they call healing, vigil in most communities yesterday.
Okay.
Is that because you have a Catholic priest on the ballot?
Sorry?
Do you think that could be because you have a Catholic priest on the ballot?
Well, I think it's that because the majority of the people, that's what they are saying. I don't want to go into the detail in order not to be partisan, But what I was driving at, as early as these people were already on queue. And I'm happy to tell you that, unlike what happened in the last election, today the ad hoc staff were ready, waiting for 8:30 to commence. And as early as 8:30, they commenced the polls. It's happening peaceful, and in the place where I am right now, today is the market here, and the marketplace is empty. Everybody's out here to vote, and they said they want to finish everything early.
Okay, when you put that side by side with the presidential and National Assembly elections, what do you think?
Yes, like I said, the turnout for this one, it's too early to call.
No, talking about arrival of INEC officials here.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said they were here. The other staff in 7 polling units I visited were here waiting for 8:30 to commence, accreditation and voting.
Was that the same with the presidential election?
No, that was not the case with the presidential election, because on that day by 9 a.m. the areas, we will see materials at the areas waiting for dispatch to the various polling units.
Okay, so apart from Alede where you are and voting has started, do you have any idea what is happening in other parts of the state?
Yes, thank you. I don't rely on any social media, but I have colleagues that we've agreed to link. So I called someone in Book, local government. It's happening there seamlessly and early, like here. And then I called someone in Makodi, one of my colleagues, who also said it's happening seamlessly. The situation is almost the same from the two I've called so far. I've also called someone in Otukpo. That's a different government. That's the situation.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Jimmy Azande, for the updates there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll connect with you later. Please stay safe, and we'll continue to watch out for the updates. All right. Now, we also have Emmanuel Njoku of Code, member of the civil society organization, who will be joining us as well to give in perspectives. We still have Dr. Olowu Olagunju, lecturer, Department of Political Science, University of Abuja, still with us in the studio. So we'll continue with our analysis. Emmanuel Njoku, good morning, if you can hear me. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. So let's start with your situation report as it is. I know it's a bit early, but then you could give us pre-election kind of analysis of what we know so far on this governorship election.
Yeah, like you rightly said, it's early to make that call. But one thing that we've noticed as you're aware, we have observers in all the states across Nigeria, except FCT where there's no election. And from what we are seeing, the first thing we are seeing is early deployment in this election. Unlike the last election where INEC had late deployment. So this has been our concern, hoping that INEC would have learned from their mistakes in the past election. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of polls open early. INEC officials came very early. Election is starting early in a lot of the polling units. But so it's still early to call because the places where elections have not started, we may not know yet till maybe down the line within the day. So yeah, that's what we're seeing. And of course, we are seeing security personnel in most polling units. But there's one very disturbing video that we got from Lagos State. I'm trying to open that conversation to get the actual. So in that polling unit, maybe at some point we may have to share with you. We had the presiding officer making an announcement at the opening of the polls, saying that just to pre-inform people that they will not be transmitting results electronically from the polling unit at the end of the election. That is very disturbing and very alarming for us. We are still following up on that to get the details. The video was sent from one of our observers. but we're still following up to confirm that. And then, so based on that video, we're also asking most of our observers across the states to know if this is a trend. You know, is it something about Lagos State, or is it something just about that local government, or is it a general issue that presiding officers are saying? So we'll be watching that closely to see how it pans out. It's not yet time, of course, to sort results or count results. People are barely starting to vote. But for this very case in a particular point, that the president is already giving information ahead of time, you know, it's something that we'll be watching closely to see how this pans out, if it's going to be the pattern of election in this very election today.
All right, Mr. Njoku, we have heard from 3 of our correspondents, Kano, Benue, and Delta. And we have seen from the videos they sent, we have seen large turnout of voters. What do you make of that?
Well, like I've always said too, it's too early to call to know if there is large voter turnout or not. And sometimes when you see people in a polling unit in the morning, and typically people come out early to vote, but it doesn't really translate to large voter turnout, because the polling unit that you think you have large voter turnout, you may probably have about, say, 800 registered voters in that polling unit, and you are seeing a gathering of 150 persons. You know, the question is, as we move deeper into the day, will more people come out to vote, or will that just be a number that you will see? But what is interesting and exciting is that yes, that irrespective of people's displeasures, particularly about the handling of the presidential election results, that people are coming out to vote. You know, people still believe in the process, and but all of this is too early to call. By midday, we'll be able to tell if there is reasonable turnout of voters or not.
Okay, so like the transmission of results you earlier talked about, is there anything to worry about if you look at the fact that during the presidential, we didn't see the transmission of results, so, and the elections went on like that, and people, some are saying that, well, it doesn't take away from the credibility of the process. So even if now we have some places where they're saying the results will not be transmitted, although INEC has said that this time around there will be transmission of results to IRF and the rest of them. Is there anything to worry about?
Yes, there's a lot to worry about, a whole lot to worry about. If you understand elections and the fraud that happen in our elections, you will understand that the biggest fraud we see is, one, at the point of biometric accreditation. At the point of accreditation, in the past we used to do manual accreditation. Thankfully, Beavers is taking care of that. Some Beavers take care of that very well in the last election. Then the second fraud we'll see in our election day process is at the point of result collation, result handling at ward level, ward collation centers. Now, what the IREV is supposed to do, was supposed to bring sanity to the process. The IREV was supposed to oversight and ensure that that fraud that happens at the ward collation center doesn't happen anymore. So if the presiding officer of INEC in a state in Lagos at this time is saying that they will not be transmitting electronically from the polling unit, that means we'll be expecting the same old manual collation process, which has a lot of fraud that happens in the process. So yes, it is disturbing. The IRF is supposed to provide transparency and have both all the stakeholders and Nigerians generally, and even international observers and the international community be able to follow the process and ensure that, because so when you transmit results from the polling unit, you've taken away the powers of the ward collation officers to alter results or doctor the results. Because when you transmit from the polling unit, it comes up on the IREV and the INEC server, and the whole world can see it. So even if you put a gun to in the head of the ward collation officer, there's nothing he can do, because he will simply tell you that Abuja is already up live on the internet, and there's absolutely nothing he can do. But when you take away that power of presiding officer to transmit from the polling unit, it means he's taking away the power of the citizens, the electorate, and the presiding officer in the result process, and you put it solely in the hands of the ward collation officers. And a lot of fraud happens at this level. So we are really hoping, because INEC had reassured that they will be transmitting results from the polling unit in this election today. So this presiding officer that is saying this, well, we'll soon publish the video on our Usabe platform and put it out there on our Twitter handle so that the Nigerians can see, and then we'll take it up from there.
Okay. All right. There's already a court order that mandates INEC to upload results to the IRF as we speak. Will that make any difference?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it should. Why not? So my point, the point is, yeah, there's a court order, but INEC doesn't necessarily even need a court order to get them to upload results on the IRF. There's a legal framework that guides elections, which is the Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act also gives INEC the powers to create their guidelines. Section 60 of this Electoral Act has said that INEC shall transfer results from polling units in a way and manner prescribed by INEC. And then when you go to the INEC guidelines 2022 for elections, which the Electoral Act gives them the powers to create that, Clause 38 of that guideline specifically states, Clause 38 sub 1 specifically states that the presiding officer shall electronically transmit polling unit results from the polling unit. This is INEC guidelines. So will INEC set a law and then now wait for a court order for them to now follow through with the law? They don't necessarily need a court order, but the court order was probably gotten to further, compel INEC to do what the legal framework that guides elections stipulates. So there is no reason or any excuse why this should not happen. And just to add, that the IRF was also deployed, a lot of resources was committed into deployment of the IRF. I mean, this is taxpayers' resources, and we expect that it has to work, and it should work, and it must work. If not, INEC is just opening up a lot of windows and doors for a lot of legal fireworks that may end up seeing some elections upturned. And that shouldn't happen, because this election is very costly. We should also bear in mind that this election is costing Nigeria so much. So we should not let INEC, by not following their laws, cost the country to spend on, elections if these things get to court and they are overturned in our courts.
Okay. All right. Well, let's hear from Dr. Olo. Okay. All right.
Okay, so Dr. Olagunju,
yes.
This particular issue came up during the presidential election, where we saw that some party agents even stormed out of the hall because they complained about the non-transmission of the results in real time onto the IRF. Now we're hearing something like that could also happen. What do you make of it?
So it means that INEC have not really shown any sense of improvement if that still continues, because you have told the Nigerian populace that you are going to improve upon what you did during the presidential election. It does not sound well to start to notice the kind of ugly trend. Bearing in mind that it's coming from Lagos, we don't know what will happen in other parts of the country. I think it's a minus again for INEC. There should be a kind of operational feasibility and political feasibility. When you are making pronouncement, you should do everything to make sure that this pronouncement is being worked on to really give results. So in this wise now, it's really disturbing to read and hear that they will not transmit the result from the polling unit. It is disturbing, so to say.
Okay, well, quite a lot of other issues that we are really seeing, and one wonders what will happen after this whole elections. So there's something that has become almost common now, a statement that is now very common for those who have won elections. They will say, well, if you are aggrieved by the process, go to court. And it's looking like we are leaving more and more to the courts, despite the fact that the Electoral Act made provision for INEC to review concerns within 7 days, to review areas where there are concerns and then make a pronouncement on that, whether to either to conduct election again in those places or not. But it looks like we've not seen INEC take advantage of that so far. do you see that the INEC is likely going to be overwhelmed by litigations maybe by the end we are done with these elections?
Yeah, they are good. Of course, if you ask them to go to court, of course they will go to court. But then, for how long will you depend on litigations to really get things proper? It is part of your mandate that you conduct a fair and free, credible elections. And if you are not getting it right, that means something is wrong somewhere. Because when you have, of course, let me tell you, the staff of INEC are overwhelmed by this responsibility. Honestly, they are seriously understaffed. So within the window of that 7 days, I don't think they can do any serious review to really decide on time. That's why they tell aggrieved persons to go to court. And going to court, getting your mandate through court does not really augur well for this system. What is the place of INEC then if they cannot conduct free and fair, credible election? Like the other man said, Nigeria has spent so much on this election, very costly for us not to get it right this time around. And if this type of behavior still continues, then people will lose hope in the system.
Doctor, you are a political scientist. Yes. This issue of uploading results onto the IRF, it came up after the presidential election. Yes. And I mean, there are some persons that are saying that if INEC is having problem, like you mentioned earlier, you're not in charge of the internet, there could be technical hitches. Why do you think INEC keeps making this promise if there's a possibility it may not be able to deliver on it? Why do you think so?
Honestly, INEC as an institution is being over-ambitious. It's being over-ambitious. There is no sin to tell Nigerians that, see, we are going to implement this electronic uploading face by face. Why can't we just try maybe 10 states to see if we can really handle this, to test the whole country at a time? It might be a kind of Herculean task to achieve. Because, like I told you, internet, for instance, is not what you control on your own hand. There may be itches. Do you know there were a lot of reports about hackers who really intrude into INEC server and the rest? So me, I'm thinking they are just too overambitious for now. Because to start hearing this type of report that there won't be transmission is so disturbing. It's so disturbing. I don't think truly it's not going to be limited to that area alone.
Without any trial. Let's not forget that this statement was made, according to Ima, that it was made upfront. So it wasn't like the elections were conducted and the results were now put together and then the uploading became a problem. It was stated upfront. And INEC has said, you talked about attack on INEC server, and INEC have said that there was never any attack on their server and the rest of them. So this has raised a lot of suspicion. We have also INEC, giving these assurances, but then there are other issues that if you uploaded the Senate and House of Representatives results, how come? You are having difficulty uploading other results.
All right, before Doctor takes this, I think we should cross over to Lagos, the polling unit of the governor of the state, Sanwo-Olu. Okay.
That was uploaded, but when it comes to presidential, it wasn't uploaded. And now, yes, they have given these assurances that these results will be uploaded in the 36 states of the federation. So you find that there seems to be some kind of inconsistency.
There are some factors that are beyond INEC as an organization, because majority of these ad hoc staff they recruit are partisan. Election has not really started. You have not really tested the workability of that process, and you are announcing that you are not going to transmit. To me, you are preempting that it will not work, or you have a prepared mind that will not use it.
But Doctor,
So,
considering what happened during the presidential election,
Yes.
if INEC wasn't 100% sure that this was going to happen, should it have promised again that it will happen during the governorship election?
do you know, there was no anywhere where there was a kind of test run. They have not tested that process. They just
They
felt.
said they did in the off-cycle elections.
Off-season election, are they up to 10 million put together? They are not. So they have not really tested if this thing can really capture these bigger voters in Nigeria. So to me, I don't think we are fully prepared for electronic voting process. We are not fully prepared.
Are you saying we should go back to the...
We are not going back, but we can achieve this face by face.
Okay, let's hear from Emmanuel Njoko. Well, Emmanuel, INEC has constantly said that there's no reason why the IREV or the beavers should not work. I mean, the uploading and transmission, or whether you call it transfer of results or transmission of results, you know, they've said that there's no reason why it shouldn't work. So what do you make of the inconsistency?
INEC have always assured us, they've assured us that in some cases they don't meet up to the expectation of the assurance they've given. But for this very reason, if not for this video that we got from this very polling unit in Lagos, we shouldn't be talking about this at this time because election has not started. Election is just starting rather. So we will still leave it to the benefit of doubt till when time for after certain accounting of results and need for them to upload comes. We will now know. So, but this is an early warning that we've seen. So now we don't know if this presiding officer is acting based on the directive of INEC, or she's working based on the directive of, or if she's been influenced by politicians. So that is what we'll find out. Because if INEC gave them this directive, we would expect to have seen it from, heard this from many other presiding officers across the country. So I've specifically tried to reach out on the phone to some of our observers to say, did they announce this at the opening of the polls in your own polling unit? No other person has said that this happened. So we'll be watching because this is very suspect for her to have said this. So we'll be watching to see at the end if this to happen. But INEC has to upload. INEC cannot, fail not to upload. So you will recall that the reason why a lot of Nigerians picked interest in this election, particularly is because of the electoral 2022 and the deployment of the beavers and then this IREV. And so people saw this thing working, the off-cycle election in Ekiti State, and they saw this thing work in the off-cycle election in Osun State, and we saw how it worked and how everybody from across the country were able to follow up on the results. So this is the particular reason why you are seeing a lot of first-time voters. I have a lot of colleagues in my office here who have never voted, and they are not just turning 18. These are people, some of them are in their late 20s and in their 30s, but this is the first time they've ever gone out to vote because INEC gave an assurance, and the process and the deployment, was also reassuring that the votes will count and people will see the votes counted. So that is what we're expecting and nothing short of that.
All right. Well, what should voters be aware of, with respect to the issue of overvoting? I know sometimes out of excitement, there's a tendency to not bother to get accredited before voting, but this could lead to overvoting. So what should citizens be aware of? And it may even be a setup, to just allow people to vote without getting the accreditation. What do you have to say on that?
So then again, a citizen is not is supposed to come out and vote, but every citizen is not expected to know the whole, understand and know the details of the Electoral Act. That's a lot. I don't know if you know the details of the Nigerian Constitution. I don't personally. So Taj. So my colleagues are here. So my point is, citizens are just supposed to turn up in their polling units. It is the work of the presiding officers, the INEC ad hoc staff in the polling unit, to guide these people to do the needful. And from what we observed in the last election, honestly, in all the polling units we observed, 99% of them used the beavers to do biometric accreditation. So we are trusting that the same will happen here. Now, is there a possibility that there will be overvoting? Well, we've seen that in the last election. And like you said, it may be intentional to just create that overvoting so that the result in that place gets cancelled. And these are some of the challenges that we'll be looking at for. But then again, that is why there is need for party agents to be in the polling units. So it's not just the INEC ad hoc staff that is supposed that are there. The party agents are there to represent the interests of their political parties, meaning that they should understand the party agents are supposed to have been trained before the election. So as they are going there, they are the representative of that party in that polling unit to ensure that every single person that gets to vote must pass through the biometric accreditation of the beavers before they are given the ballot paper to cast their votes. So we hope that this happens because it happened in the last election. And if you noticed the trend in the last election, in places where we saw doctored results, where after election, the polling unit results goes to World Collation Center, and then they now find a way to reallocate the numbers. If you notice, they were allocating numbers still within the number of people who were accredited to vote in that polling unit. So, say for instance, if in a polling of registered 1,000 registered voters, only 300 persons came out to vote. When they tried to do the fraud of reallocating numbers and altering and doctoring results, they still stayed in that 300 accredited voters. In the past elections, before the new electoral act, you will see people will probably thumbprint the remaining ballot papers, and instead of seeing results for 300 persons, you'll now see that 950 persons voted in that polling unit. So we're expecting that INEC ad hoc staff will do the needful, and that the party agents who have representatives in every polling unit will also watch and observe the process. And then the election observers across Nigeria, like our team and every other organization observing the election, will also be on ground to ensure that this thing happens.
All right, Mr. Njoku, is there a way every party agent can ensure or can monitor the results with the ad hoc staff until it gets out of their hand? So that every party agent can actually say, okay, this is the certified true copy of what I witnessed at the polling unit.
Yes, that is what it's supposed to be. And so where we are at this time in our elections in Nigeria, every person running for office, if I was running for office, I will have my own situation room so that my agents who are sent out to the field will send in their own reports. So I can be doing our own parallel tabulation and also checking what is on INEC server on the IRF to ensure that it's the same with what was posted in the field. Now, yes, every observer is supposed to have access to the result because the law states that at the end of an election, that after counting and sorting and the tabulation, then when they write the results on the form EC80, which is the polling unit result, that every polling agent, party agent at that polling unit is expected to sign. And at the end of that, the police officer who is the lead security personnel in that polling unit will also sign. So, and that, as if that is not enough, the law also stipulates clearly that the presiding officer shall paste the polling unit result in any wall in that polling unit so that the public and every person will be able to see this result. So yes, any party agent that says that they didn't see the result, the party will have to ask that party agent a lot of questions, because we've also seen in situations where we realize that party agents are mostly transactional.
Unfortunately, we've lost your audio on Joku.
There's a party agent for a political party in the field, but when it's time for, towards the end of the election, the big man representing a particular party comes there and buys off all the party agents, so all of them will now collude and agree to.
We seem to have lost the audio.
In a particular way that goes against, how the people voted, so it will favor the big man in that area. And this is why we advise political parties also to train their party agents very well, and also look inward in the character and the persons they send to their party agents. If it's possible, I don't think it's also very advisable to use unemployed people to be your party agents in the polling unit, because they are very vulnerable, and just 20,000 naira being shown to their face, they will sell the political party in that polling unit. So we also advise that parties should use employed, well-earning Nigerians to serve whether maybe as volunteers or paid, whatever, but to be at the polling units. People that will be a bit difficult to induce with very little money. That way, the process at the polling unit, we can be guaranteed of what your party agent will be doing for you at the polling.
All right. We'll get back to you shortly. Emmanuel Njoku, a couple of questions for you, but let's take updates from our correspondent Maridia Umar, who is in Kefi, to give us a situation report of what's happening there. All right. Okay, so, quite a lot of issues I wanted to raise when Emmanuel Njoku was talking to us. You know, I wanted to get his view on the issue of changing of collation centers. Maybe I would start with you, Doctor. We've had stories from some states where there are last-minute changing of collation centers. So you find party agents struggling to find where the collation centers are. And in some cases, even when they find the collation centers, they are denied access, even by security operatives. We've heard those allegations.
Yeah, a lot of reasons can be adduced from changing collation center. It might be as a result of security challenge. If they receive any threat that that place might be attacked or so, they might change the collation center. But then, if you are doing that, then there should be a kind of detailed information telling the stakeholders that this is the new location, this is how to get the place, and access too should be granted to those people who have been, you know, satisfied to be part of the process. There should be access.
Doctor, except where there's an emergency that occurred maybe midnight to an election, I mean, what is the time frame between which you can change a collation a center and, you know, an election center?
Honestly, like I said, if not for urgent security reasons, it is not admissible for you to just change within 24 hours. That will portend a lot of challenges to the stakeholders. But beyond that, if truly it is based on security, you know, security of life and property is so important that whatever that will make sure that we keep that sanctity of life, we have to do, irrespective of what is at stake. So if it is based on security, yes, they can change it, but then the information should go around so that all these stakeholders will have access to the new location. Beyond that, it is very difficult for you to change this collation center within 24 hours. Of course, it will have its own negative impact on the outcome.
Yeah, and especially the suspicion that also
Yes, you have something
follows that
ulterior.
people will begin to make allegations that, oh, it's for the purpose of rigging the process.
Yes.
And the rest of them. But let's go to Emmanuel Njoku. Well, Emmanuel, earlier on I wanted to ask you on the issue of cancellation of results. From what we know so far, two things can lead to cancellation: overvoting of the process in the process, or perhaps maybe where you have a situation of disruption of the process by violence and the rest of them. Is there no any other way to go around this and to make sure that people are not disenfranchised as a result? Is there something that we can do differently? Perhaps maybe not now, perhaps in the future, because I know that, for as far as the Electoral Act is concerned now, this is the case. But then, is there no something to do that we can do to ensure that people are not disenfranchised as a result of these cancellations?
Okay, so the biggest challenge we have in our elections in Nigeria is the fact that we have polling unit specific voting. Situations where you must go to the polling unit where you are registered to vote. What that portends is, for the politicians, they look out for the areas where there is a lot of numbers, a lot of registered voters. Then if that place is in the area of strength of your position, then you try by all means to send thugs to those areas to destroy the election there or destroy the ballot, so that all that number will not come in. If we grow to this, so because I've observed the election, in some other countries, I don't like using Nigeria, I don't like comparing Nigeria to US, but then we can learn from these best practices. I observed the election in United States of America in 2016 in the state of Colorado, and how elections work is that in every state, so if you're in the local government, take for instance, you are in AMAC, which is an area council in Abuja, you should be able to vote from any voting point within AMAC. So you don't have to be tied to a particular polling unit. If we graduate to that point, the thugs will not longer have the data to send violence and send their thugs to any particular area, because it just means that if you happen to be in Wuse 2, you just vote from Wuse 2. If you anywhere you live, you just vote, or anywhere you're working. That way, you will not even need to put curfew and say people shouldn't move around, with all the ripple effect on the economy for allowing businesses to be shut down because of an election. You don't need to do the massive level of security deployment, because you hardly know where the hotspots are. Hotspots, if I'm in the field and I was having an election, when I get where I see 6,000 or 5,000 registered voters, that's where I will see to, because you see where you see such numbers, that is one where there will be a lot of vote buying. That is where there will be possibility of violence, or thugs will come there to burn the ballot papers. That is where all the negative action happens in an election. So we need to grow beyond that after this election. This is things we will be recommending to also reduce the tension we have in our elections. However, I think INEC, the law states that where election is cancelled because of violence, or where election is cancelled because of overvoting rather, and cancelling, I think we need to change that law to discourage what you asked me earlier, that is it intentional that some ad hoc staff may intentionally cause overvoting in a particular area. People shouldn't get disenfranchised. I think what we should be doing is that any place where violence happens or thugs are sent, an election didn't happen there, that data of people with PVCs in that polling unit should be put together at the end of the election to look at the places where election didn't happen because of violence, or because of deployment, or because of insecurity, or because of overvoting. All those numbers should be put together in considering if the person who is leading, and the margin of lead for the person who is leading, that should be put into consideration to say, if your margin of lead is lower than all the number of people with PVCs in all these polling units where violence stopped them from voting, where all these things happen, that a return and declaration of a winner should not be made till elections we hold in those places. What this will mean is that for the thugs that want to come to a particular polling unit to burn ballot papers, it will simply tell them that if you like burn these ballot papers, nobody will be declared a winner till the elections we hold here. So if it means INEC coming there to do elections 3 times till a result from that polling unit comes out, that needs to happen. So that this trend and this ugly, pattern of going to places where you see numbers to destroy their ballots and all those people get disenfranchised for no fault of theirs. A citizen is typically supposed to come out to vote. If the security, the law enforcement agencies don't provide security for the people to vote and ballots are destroyed there, INEC should come back to that same place the next day and do the election. And when this starts happening, you will see it will reduce the violence that we see in some of these polling units. So these are some of the recommendations we need to make so that nobody gets disenfranchised for no fault of theirs. I mean, as a citizen, my own duty is to go to my polling unit and cast my vote. INEC duty is to be there and open the polls by 8:30 with all the materials and make it possible for me to vote. Security personnel are supposed to be on ground to protect me as a citizen who is going out to vote. So if INEC fails on their own part to deploy to that area, or INEC fails on their own part, because if there is overvoting, it's also the fault of the INEC. So if INEC fails on their own part and there is overvoting in that polling unit, and if the security personnel fail in their own part and duty to provide security and the ballots are burnt and ballot papers are destroyed, it is not my fault as a citizen. INEC should come back there and conduct election so that my vote will count. And this is the reason why we saw the kind of vote turnout we saw in the last election, with the level of awareness and interest that we saw among citizens. Yet we just recorded 27% voter turnout. It's not supposed to be so. Okay. In many places, elections didn't hold. In many places, election deployment didn't happen to many places. And in many places, thugs destroyed ballot papers.
Okay.
If you put all of these things into consideration and allow all these people to vote, of course, we will not have 27% vote. We'll probably have 40% voter turnout.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Emmanuel Njoku, the Director, Democracy and Governance of Code, and also Dr. Olowu Olagunji, Lecturer, Department of Political Science, University of Abuja. Thank you so much for joining us on Nigeria Decides to highlight and give analysis to some of the issues that we are having to face this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We'll take a short breather, and then when we return, the discussion will continue. Please stay with us. We're not closing Nigeria Decide just yet.
ce mu ba Well, a lot of issues were raised. INEC, security agencies, and all the stakeholders came together. You know, when you do something first, definitely you have some corrected. So far, the corrections that have been made are okay, but this will not go without other mistakes. Definitely, nobody is perfect, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we are expecting that inshallah is going to be perfect. To alhamdulillahi, kamar yadda kuka gani mun zo mun kada ƙuri'an mu a yanzu, kuma alhamdulillahi kamar yadda muke ta awa Allah addu'a cewa mutane su fito su yi zaɓe a daina na ga mutane da yawa a sauran gurare ma sun fito domin wannan zaɓe. Muna gode wa Allah kamar yadda muka yi addu'a cewa bi izinillahi za a yi zaɓen nan lafiya lau, kuma har yanzu ban ji wani wuri da aka ce akwai tashin hankali ba. Da yardar Allah haka za a yi zaɓen nan lafiya a gama lafiya. Magana da ake kuma ta ce na ce mu ba ma
Porque she agent no bad. She agent no bad. Why?
Mu matan area ne gaba daya kowa sun kwanta gida ne. Wallahi. Oh, bari da dan rige za a kira sunayen su ta ne.
Da su fita. Ana samu su ba samu su magana. A da su fita. A da su zo ba. Ba da bar su ba.
Bari kira masu.
Kai kabar mana ba. Ko kuriya ne. Shi wannan yana jefa kuriya ne. Ka sa ido da kyau ba. Ina jefa kuriya ne.
All right, thank you for staying with us. This is Nigeria Decides, where we get to take a look at all that is going on as far as the governorship and state assembly elections are concerned. Now, we have joining us Kunle Lawal, the Executive Director, Electoral College, Nigeria, who joins us via Zoom from Lagos, and also in the studio, Mahmoud Antata, Public Affairs Analyst, who will be talking to us in the next hour as far as this election is concerned. Thank you so much for joining us on Nigeria Decides.
Good morning.
Well, it's a moment of decision. Let me start with Kunle Lawal, if you are there. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Good morning.
To be reporting.
All right, thank you.
It's a pleasure to be reporting.
Sorry, we lost that. We missed that. But just go ahead and tell us your expectation on this governorship and state assembly election, given all that we've seen with the presidential election and all the events, leading up to this election.
So first and foremost, the February 25th elections, there was lots of, I think, unplanned events, which led to a few people, or generally electorates, doubting the credibility of elections. This is to say CSOs like the Electoral College, Nigeria, EIE, CJID have taken steps to try to mitigate these issues in this particular March 18th elections. As we speak right now, speaking from the Situation Room in Lagos. And in Lagos, we're actually receiving quite a lot of, there's a little bit more voter suppression here than it was during presidential elections. Reports for, it's too early to speak, but there's quite a lot of stuff going on right now in Lagos, which of course where we've seen partners So the difference between February 25th elections and this is there's a common concept that the more local the election, the more depth it gets. And that's what we've seen as a trajectory in our election patterns. Now, I hope that we'll be able to learn from this and properly do something. There are flat states like Rivers, which of course we are hearing funny things going into Kano State and Kaduna. But as the day unfolds, we'll be able to take a clearer picture and understand the differences between the 25th elections and what is happening now. But it's key to say at this point that if things continue the way they are right now, it will seem the February 25th elections was far more calm and less of voter suppression.
All right, Kunle, from the reports that we have from some states across the country, we have also seen videos, we have seen, an impression, let me say, a larger turnout than what we saw during the presidential election. I know it's still early, just about, 1 hour, 45 minutes into the election, but what do you say to that?
For me, I think it's just need to call, but from what we're seeing, Nigerian citizens found out that when they didn't come out in mass on February 25, they're paying quite a price they didn't expect. So it comes to my notice that clearly what needs to be done is that it has been advised by most CSOs and INEC itself was that they needed to come out. The more people out, the more credible the election. So I think what has gone on social media and what has gone on through relevant sources and people trying to propagate, we might probably see an increase in
Okay. All right. So let's get back to the studio now. Mahmoud and Tata, what are your expectations in this election? Are we likely to see a departure from what happened during the presidential and state assembly election, given the promises that we've received?
Well, with some of the responses and intelligence reports we are getting from friends as the voting commenced this morning, I don't think the disparity with the February 25th election is going to be that much, because it appeared INEC is still trying to take us for granted. Maybe for a reason, because the commander-in-chief, whose words counts in every parastatal and anywhere you go, even when they said go and use the old notes, people waited for the verbal instruction and pronouncement of the president and commander-in-chief, and this shouldn't be. We are talking about elections. These are sensitive issues. Certain people, from the chairman to INEC commissioners, resident electoral commissioners, as well as staffs of the Empire Electoral Commission, are being paid with taxpayers' money. A lot of digital trainings, a lot of international election trainings were given to them. Some free, some were even paid through consultancy. And even at that, they are trying to take us for granted. Why? These beavers, we still insist, certain monies were used to procure these beavers. They were not given to us free by any country. Or did American government or British government or German or even Canadian government say they gave us maybe as a matter of aid the beavers? No, we procured it. It was bought and procured through taxpayers' money. Why then the non-use of some of them? There has been a lot of complaints from the Lagos side, even though we've not heard from some state from the north for now. But I know as the time extends, we are still going to get some complaints. So to the best of my knowledge, I don't think what we expected from INEC is being done presently at the polling.
Mr. Dantata, what we have heard is, we just heard of only one person, one INEC official who was said to have said there may be no upload of the result onto the IREC, but we haven't heard of non-usage of the beavers yet.
Well, sometimes what we hear, you don't hear it. There are certain people that confide in us. So far, there are certain people we have exchanged phone calls in confidence, whom I have to protect and mention under condition of anonymity, who said where they are, that problem is there. I don't want to mention the places. You know, for the election to go on smoothly, we just need to pray and be more positive than being negative.
Okay, so as we speak, we are having visuals from Lagos at the polling unit of one of the governorship candidates, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who is about to cast his ballot there. Those who are live feeds from Lagos will be joining our correspondent later for more updates. Well, but Mahmoud, a lot of people and even civil society organizations commended INEC on the use of beavers. I think largely, with the exception of a few places where there are issues with the beavers, on the overall, INEC was commended for the use of the beavers. However, the issue of uploading of results to the INEC viewing portal is where the challenge is, and specifically as it relates to the presidential elections. The Senate and House of Reps elections results were uploaded hit-free, but that of the presidential is the one that has generated the kind of controversy that we have seen up till this moment. However, INEC has said that in the state elections, we are going to see the transmitting or the uploading of these results to their viewing portal. So do you think that going by the experience of Nigerians, I mean, yes, in the presidential election, going by their experience, can we really hold on to the words of INEC as they are promised?
Well, for now, I think what we need to do is to be the judges as well as the law enforcement agents on our own. INEC, like I told you, for now, my percentage of confidence in them is going to be 40%. I don't do things to impress people. I'm not a sycophant. Whatever we do, posterity shall judge us positively. Therefore, we need to continue with this clarion call. We need to be at the toes of INEC in order for INEC to do what is right, when and how. And for us not to play Mamman Shatta song or Sikiru Ande Barrister song or Oliver de Kock song in order to impress Mahmoud Yakubu and his other travelers in INEC, whom we expect nothing less than 100% deliverance of members that are vying for state houses of assembly as well as governors, irrespective of parties. Like I told you, there are certain things we don't need to say on air. When we wake up from nook and crannies, whether it is here in Anambra State, whether it is Kayama in Kwara State, whether it is Dakatsale in Kano State, whether it is Gwaram in Jiga State, whether it is Alaide in Benue State, whether it is Ogeli in Delta State, or whether it is Ogorimagongo in Kogi State, certain people have our numbers because of the trust and confidence they have in us and tell us. We wait until we start getting some reports from some new remotest part. There are certain areas you don't even have accessible roads. If you go to Kolokuma or Pokuma area of Bayelsa, for instance, I've been there to observe elections during the 2015 elections.
Yes. This morning we have heard reports that elections started quite early, better than what we saw during the presidential election. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that has to do with what happened in the last presidential, senatorial, and House of Representatives elections. In Kano, for instance, people started going to queue at their polling units as early as 1 a.m. You can see the changes compared to the last presidential, senatorial, and House of Representatives, because from Kofar Mata, from Bombay, from Ungwa Uku, from Naibawa, from Bichi, from Badawa, Yankaba, other, including even Madobi and Gauna, other. There are many people that called me that we are now going to queue at the polling unit at about 1 a.m. So that has to tell you that the awareness of what happened at the last election has made people to sit up to improve.
Okay. All right, let's go to Kunle Lawal now. Kunle, in Lagos, there's quite a lot of concern about the issue of identity politics and certain narratives that have permeated the political atmosphere building up to this governorship election. Are you confident? Are you optimistic about some of the assurances given by some of the actors in this election as to, say, for instance, the government, as to having a peaceful protest, and how would it impact on the entire process?
Now, it's easy. It's easy generally for Nigerians to talk about politics in Nigeria, but invest this same interest in those criticizing. This is not saying in support of what's done. They won't be able to handle it. So key factors we need to take in as regards this election. This election is larger than the presidential election. The presidential election, you had about space for about the presidency, which is one position, 109 in Senate, making 110, and then 360 in House of Rep, making it 470 positions being run for. But presently, you have approximately 9,000 positions being run for. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Approximately 9,000 positions being run. You have 9,000 positions being run for, so this is a bigger election. It is one, of course, the usual 170,000 polling units, over 982,000 square kilometers of land. It's not. I think INEC, and I've always been in the position that Nigerian elections.
Hello?
Should be, because we don't have the logistics or people handling things. We have about 2.5 security law enforcement officers to one. It's a more local election.
Okay, Kunle, can you just hold your thoughts now? We'll get back to you shortly. It appears we have some technical hitch. However, we'll link up now to our live feed in Lagos, where the governor of Lagos State is addressing some voters.
All of our citizens should just remain vigilant. You know, if you see anything, say something, and just all let's come out, you know, and exercise our right freely, devoid of any form of acrimony or any form of protest or any form of intimidation. That is not acceptable as a government. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí, mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo wa pé àti débì ọlọ́dẹ ti fún wa lórí ọ̀fẹ́ láti dìbò. Ẹ rí i pé ìbò yẹn ó lọ wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ bó ti jẹ́ pé àwọn oníròyìn ẹ pọ̀ gan-an, ó yé mi bó ṣe rí. Èyí tá à ń ṣe yìí kò ń ṣe nǹkan tó yẹ kó fa jàgídíjàgan. Ètò ìdìbò ó jẹ́ ẹ̀tọ́ gbogbo ọmọ ìlú Èkó, gbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà láti lè ṣe tó máa lọ wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ọ́rọ́, tí ò ní sí ìjà, tí ò ní sí ìtẹ̀jẹ̀sílẹ̀, tí ò ní sí jàgídíjàgan. Tá máa ṣe tó máa lọ, tọ́lọ́run dẹ̀ máa fún wa ṣe.
Àmín. Ọlọ́run ti fún wa ṣe.
Lajú sílẹ̀, kẹrin pé ìtẹ́ ń ṣe pé kò sí wàhálà ń bẹ̀. Ó dẹ̀ ń sọ náà káàkiri pé gbogbo Èkó a máa tú jáde ní wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́, tá à ní ṣe níjà, nítorí ẹ̀yin lẹ máa fi gómìnà àti gbogbo àwọn tó máa ṣe náà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀yin lẹ máa fi wọ́n sórí àṣẹ. Ẹni tó dẹ̀ máa ṣe yẹn ọwọ́ yín ló kù sí.
Ìwọ ló máa ṣe.
Múlẹ̀ àbí àmọ̀ ní jọ́ bọ́ lọ́wọ́ yìí.
All of you, gentlemen of the press.
Bọ́ọ̀sì yẹn kò ní bọ́ lọ́wọ́ yìí.
Bringing live feeds of that video where the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is addressing some voters there, I presume after casting his own ballot. Well, we still have Kunle Lawal on standby, who is also joining us from Lagos. He is the executive director of the Electoral College Nigeria. He joins us via Zoom, talking to us about the situation there in Lagos. Hello, Kunle. Yes, apologies. We had to just interject and go ahead to listen to the governor there. So yes, talking about Lagos. Lagos is a hotbed. It's a spot that a lot of people are looking up to. We've had all these assurances. The governor said, well, voters should come and vote, devoid of any intimidation and the rest of them. But some have argued that the government is not necessarily matching its words with action, especially if you look at statements from people like MC Oluomo, who clearly, send out threats to some group of people. Even though he came out to say, well, it's just a joke and the rest of them. Are we treating these issues with all seriousness that is required, in your view?
For me, like I've said on other media, and I keep reiterating, Lagos remains the most politically backward state in Nigeria, and I'll explain why. So generally, you have such statements in such a cosmopolitan town, and it's treated with light hands because some people are being guaranteed as gatekeepers to political systems and machinery. Not only that, from what we are hearing, in places like BGC, they are asking people not to come to the polling units, but to come and vote on the express because they don't want to go into the internet. I don't know what's going on there exactly, but we're receiving those reports. In some particular places, we have videos of, because of the situation we're managing, in some places on the island, we have videos where people are being told if they are not voting for a particular party, they wouldn't be allowed to vote. And this is the so-called Lagos commercial city and most literate population of Nigeria. This begs to differ and shows the level of political illiteracy available in Lagos. I feel federal government is not doing enough as regards the Lagos hierarchy and its monarchy and on running an exact rotational communism in democracy.
So, all right, Kunle, aside from Lagos, in the run-up to this election, there were stories of violence in parts of the country. Do you think that could affect voter turnout, even though Kano was one of the states mentioned, and from the videos we have seen in Kano, we have seen turnout in some areas. We were waiting to see what will happen in other parts. But do you think that all those reports could affect the turnout generally?
Well, being honest, voting turnout is always being affected, especially towards the middle class in Nigeria. The so-called grassroots and the elite always still go to vote. You just played the governor going to vote, and with a charade of security and all the pomp and pageantry, we of course expect he will vote peacefully, and so would everybody in that polling unit. The grassroots too will be able to vote. Where it's normally attacked, the middle class, and the middle class, which actually makes most of the voting population in Nigeria. So with hotspots like rivers where there was so much voter suppression, you won't see such a situation. In Kano, especially with the fact that there's no incumbent running, there might be a balance in voting patterns, and this is because no one is actually taking the seat of power. It wants this group to retain the seat of power. But in states like, of course, Lagos, Rivers too is a shift, but Rivers, there's a drive between two political parties. Another key state to watch would be Cross River. And Cross River has never been an APC state APC has never won an election. It was the governor that, let's use the word they use, supported to a political party. So it will be the onus on the APC to try to win the state. It will also be a little uneasy there. So generally, I think in Nigeria, by statistics, Nigeria has never performed better at the governorship and state election than the presidential election. But we can't tell about times, and maybe things might be different, and maybe we have a chance to maybe balance our democracy a little bit when it comes to lower level offices. But till then, I think I can say it's quite a good turnout from what we're seeing, minus the issues which are prevalent in the most politically literate state.
Okay. All right, Mahmoud. Let's talk about security now at the polling units. Do you think that we have what it takes to actually guarantee security at the polling units? I say so because looking at the number of the security personnel that we have and the polling units that we have, is it enough? to ensure that there is safety at the polling units, and whether or not the personnel that we actually station in those polling units can actually act and be very efficient, because we've seen situations where right in the presence of security personnel, some individual will just show up and be making all kinds of threats, and it's almost as if the security personnel is helpless.
Don't forget the fact that even before elections, there are established channels and structures of the representation of the various security agencies, from the police, army, navy, air force, immigration, civil defense, DSS, fire service, and all others. And especially on these elections, there are specially drafted personnel and officers of different agencies to different states that some are not even peculiar or familiar with those terrain. Like this election, according to zones, there are deputy inspector generals of police that are in charge of certain geopolitical zones. And you saw the riot acts, most of them read. Then outside that, like the armed forces, for instance, which is the military, army, navy, and air force, they also have their ranking officers like majors, generals, rear admirals from the navy, air vice marshals from the air force, as well as other of their equivalent and other service agencies that are also charged with this responsibility to overlook and supervise the boys. So outside the existence of the already established structures of the security, those on special election assignment already have certain gadgets. On most of them, you can find some invisible buttons for recording, for transmission of intelligence, whatever, in case if there are hazards and also of others. Then for those manual patrols, even the mounted troops of the police that ride their horses, some of them are also participating in this election duty. That is to tell you the seriousness, just like Kule affirmed, the governorship and state assembly election are more sensitive than the presidential as well as senatorial, as going by the grassroots importance attached to these offices.
Mr. Dantata, before this election, the NSC actually said that the coming elections, which is today's election, governorship and state assembly, that they are complicated. That was his word. But during the presidential election, the security operatives were actually praised for their performance then. Even at that, even though they were praised, there were little hitches. And so my question is, what can they do to ensure that we do not even have these hitches at all?
Well, just the way, the governors are more closer to the grassroots, so also the members of the state assembly. So these are people that have direct impact because they are closer to the communities and areas where cannot be accessible by the presidency. If you attach it to the government house, easily they can get that. So also the state members and what have you. So what needed to be done already has been, don't forget the fact that before even the election proper today, there has been coordinated meetings amongst the various security agencies because synergy has been existing right from time. And when it comes to election duty, it extends beyond just the police. Just like I mentioned to you, even the immigration, even your own road safety and VIO, they are also participating as security in order to ensure free and fair as well as security beefed election is monitored and maintained. So the fact remains is that one, they need to maintain their adherence to their rules of engagement, because as a security agent at the polling unit, you have no business with how they are conducted. All yours is to ensure surveillance, intelligence gathering around there. Then also, if there are certain skirmishes, maybe from political talks or certain people hired to come and snatch ballot boxes, through that routine patrol, intelligence gathering amongst yourself, not only even one service agency, maybe from the force CID or the state CID, you are getting some intelligence report, you can also transmit it to the DMI that is also present there, or the DNI, which is naval intelligence, or DI, the air intelligence, or even any of the DSS operative, and also, but then togetherness should be ensured, because one person cannot do it. But like I told you, you cannot just stand at the polling unit without carrying out general surveillance of the area, because sometimes as elections and votes are being casted, certain unscrupulous elements will even be there to come and do what they call ambush or invasion. And sometimes lack of this segmental intelligence presence as well as combat surveillance makes these ambushes to happen. Because if, for example, you are in Central Kano, which is close to Daula Hotel in Bompai area, and you are not also monitoring what is happening close to Bata there, then it means your presence has been abused. You are not supposed to be stagnant in a place. Or for example, if you are in Okitipupa in Ondo State, there are certain nook and crannies of that Okitipupa that you are supposed to be communicating. If it is immigration that is in charge of the next polling unit, the OC there, you need to have each other's number by saying, okay, Funsho, for example, what is happening, Wahid, what is happening, or Ezego, what is happening in other areas. So, but once you think you want to impress the president and commander-in-chief that, yes, I as road safety officer or DSS officer, I was the one that made it to be possible, you cannot achieve, because it is a collective responsibility for nation duty in order to produce the best.
All right, thank you so much. Let's take a situation report now from our reporter who is in Kefi, Mardia Umar. He sent us this update. Take a look.
So it's a D-Day for the governorship election, and right now we are in Nasarawa State, precisely the ancient city of Kefi, where voting seems to be going on smoothly, judging from where we've been this morning. And right now we're standing in one of the biggest polling units in the ancient city of Kefi. This is the polling unit of the APC chairman. Although from our investigation and what we found out when we got to this polling unit, he's yet to be here to cast his vote, and we're expecting him to turn out to cast his vote any moment from now. But voting seems to be going on smoothly here. Some people, large number of people, I would say, have casted their votes and made their way to their house. And, you know, with everything that you've seen, people seem very enthusiastic about casting their votes. And that's pretty much the situation of things in this polling unit, EC30, precisely in the ancient city of Kefi.
Umar, for that report. We'll definitely be going back to Nasarawa as soon. Right now, let's cross over to Kano State, where Idris Jibrin is waiting to give us update.
Well, this is GSS Balaraba Halidu here in Gwale local government area of Kano State, where the NNPP governorship candidate Abba Kabir Yusuf is expected to vote. But then there are some commotion going on here at the moment, because even though voting has started in some places, but I can see that only few people were able to vote, because they said there are some crises. Some people are trying to prevent them from voting, while some are trying to vote. So generally, you know, this area is an area occupied by Abdullahi Abbas, the APC chairman, and also the Abba Kabir Yusuf, who is the gubernatorial candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party. So at the moment, there is a little bit of a crisis going on here, even though nobody was killed, but we heard that a number of people were injured earlier this morning. And at the moment, there are presence of heavy security, police and military outside the gates of this school, and they are searching everybody before he enters this place. In fact, you have to show your voter's card before they allow you to enter this place. So they are trying to contain the situation, and at the moment they are trying to start the voting. But then, like I said, the voting has stopped at the moment, but we are watching to see if these people will be able to control the situation so that the voting will commence any moment from now. But also any moment from now, Abba Kabir Yusuf is expected to arrive this place where he is going to vote. We learned that he is coming here by 9 or 9:30 this morning.
I have a little lens. When the staff comes in here, they complain that they did not come up with a register and a stamp. They went up. We have a delegate. We put some delegate to follow them to the local INEC office to collect all those items. And when they come in here, there is a little misunderstanding between the delegates. Some wanted the voting to be inside the classroom, but most of the people around here insisted everything should be outside. All the casting of the vote should be in front of all the people around, so that people can witness there is no overvoting or double ballot paper.
We'll keep on tap on the situation and see how it will keep on progressing, but generally, actually, there is a serious tension around this area.
All right, well, that's Idris Jibrin from Kano. Well, we're already beginning to see the dimension that this has taken. Earlier on, in the update he sent us, everything was calm, but it doesn't look like it this time around at the polling units of one of the presidential candidates.
Of the governorship candidate of the NNPP.
Of the NNPP.
I mean, how, look at what he said, the INEC of ad hoc staff came there without the register and the stamp.
And Stella, looking at this video, in fact, you could see that even with the presence of security
people are
officials,
fighting right in front
people
of
are fighting. One of them is carrying a weapon on his hand, and even the police could not deter him. The person could not be even intimidated by the presence of the police.
They didn't look worried.
It doesn't look like he acknowledges the presence of any police official.
And don't forget that in that short video by Idris, there were 2 cases of fight. Those 2 were fighting there, and then when they moved, you saw that another set of people were fighting, all in that area. You know, and also I think the fact that the voting hasn't actually started is also a problem there.
It's a problem. But we'll talk more on that. Let's get in some more updates from Aisha Salihu, who sent us this update.
The casting of vote commences in parts of Niger State, especially in Suleja local government area, polling units in Madala, Rafin-Senyi, Iku South, and among others. There has been a complaint by voters, although voting started as it went due, materials were deployed and the voting started, but there has been some complaints about the presence of just political party logos on the ballots without the party names, and this alone has made it difficult for the illiterate voters to identify their preferred choice of candidate and vote, their preferred choice of candidates and also political parties. Also, another noticeable event is that there is a low turnout of voters. As you can see just right behind me, this particular polling unit used to have lots of people, judging by the conduct of the February 25 presidential poll, where there were thousands of people in this particular polling unit. But today, the situation is different. There is voter apathy, low turnout of voters. Interacting with some of these voters, they have it that they feel their votes may not count, judging by the results of the presidential elections, hence the need to not turn out to vote.
All right, thank you, Aisha Salih, for that report. Ayuba, I mean, when we are seeing voter turnout in other parts of the country, in Suleja here, it looks like as if there's a voter apathy.
Exactly. Well, we don't know what exactly could have led to that, but would expect that perhaps maybe more people will come out eventually to come and cast their ballot. But let me get the take of Mahmoud before we go back to Kunle in Lagos. There's accusations and allegations about compromise on the part of security officials. Just a few days ago, we had an allegation by the NNPP about the director now, or the commander of the DSS in Kano State, was said to have been due for retirement 15 months ago, but he was retained because of this governorship election. That's the allegation that has been put forward by the NNPP. So, and you have some of these allegations in some other places. There are people who made the case that, look, there are some of the security officials who are probably eyeing to be chief security officers or some protocol for the, persons contesting for the governorship election. So they will do everything within their powers to aid or abate, the rigging of the process. What do you say to that?
Well, if you take Kano, for instance, the problem between the DSS and the governorship candidate of the NNPP started from the airport. I believe you filed that report at that time when the wife of the Director General had fracas with Abba Gida, the NNPP governorship candidate, and what have you. And the humiliations that continued, people are attaching it to that earlier fracas that existed between the two. Be it as it may, you see, some of the security agents have become customized lobbyists for political offices. Rather than going to do their primary assignment, they prepare the secondary one where, as a DSS operative, already before even the announcement of the governor, you are already lobbying to become either chief detail of government house or chief security officer. You know, there are certain positions in the security arm that is reserved for the police and DSS that moves the affairs of government house. For the police, you have the ADC, then the CSO, chief detail, mostly is manned by operatives of DSS. So you are not far from what people are saying. But whatever the situation might be, people, especially some unscrupulous members of the Department of State Services, should know that that is a regimented intelligence arm of the government from the security arm of the government that has been national security organization, Nigerian security organization, before it metamorphosed into state security service and now Department of State Services. The founding fathers like Shinkapi will not be happy in their grave to see that they are now mixing politics with security intelligence.
Mr. Dantata, for those security operatives who mix politics with security duties, or who even take the politics more seriously than their duties, and shouldn't there be severe sanctions?
Well, they saw it from their headships. Let me tell you, some of their headships that are now DGs or directors in the same department, Itato, did the same thing. So, and some of these boys don't just display this without having godfathers. And that is why we are saying godfatherism in the security agencies is very wrong. In the military, if you are a godfather from passing out parade from the regular combatant course in NDA, of any of them, whether Navy, Army or Air Force or Police Academy or any of them, or the DSS training school and what have you, you get protected, you get any position. I want to tell you, even the ADC ship that you see that are posted to governors, it has become something of who do you know in either Police Service Commission or Force Secretaries, which ought not to be. So the issues are, if the entire security agencies should be restructured for efficiency, these things can be wiped away. As it stands now, it is very difficult because some of the motives of some of the personnel and officers before joining is to go and become these things they are now lobbying for. So it didn't just start or when they made the person operate. No, even pre-service days, it has been there. Oh, I want to go to NDA so that when I do this,
but if this continues, there will never be level playing field.
And that is why you see even their primary assignment of going to fight insurgency and banditry is difficult, because some of the well-trained and best-trained officers today are attached to the higher echelons, especially politicians. And that is why you see this lobby from some of the DSS operators, because I have a lot of them as my friends. That some even come to me and say, comrade, who do you know in so place? I want to be this, and which ought not to be. So you have to first of all go by your primary constitutional responsibility of protecting the citizenry and the nation at large.
All right, well, let's get back to Kunle Lawal in Lagos. Kunle, I would like to get your take on this, some of these compromises and some of the allegations that we have had against security operatives. Hello? Hello? Kunle, are you there? Hello?
I'm here, Sir, and I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
So it's kind of...
Okay. We have a freezing network, very difficult really to hear Kunle there. But, I mean, we have Mahmoud still with us here in the studio. Do you think that this perhaps would require, is there anything in the act setting up the security operatives that looks at these issues that we've raised by way of curtailing them?
Well, you see, for the standards in all the security agencies, there is what you call rules of engagement. And amongst the stipulations are that you mustn't play politics, you mustn't go contrary to provisions of the laws of that particular security agency. Let me give you an instance, like the military. Right from the Defense Academy for the regular combatant officers, 3 arms train in the NDA. It is when they get to their final year, then Air Force go to Kainji or training ground in Kaduna, then Navy go to One in Rivers, then the Army remain in the Academy. You are being taught that you are coming as a combatant officer, defense force, to come and defend the territorial integrity of the country, not at the detriment of the civilian. Because under democratic norms, members of the security agencies, whether armed forces, police, road safety, civil defense, immigration, DSS, what have you, you are supposed to go by dictates of the provisions of your service.
Is it possible really to separate this politics from our security architecture if you look at the way appointments are made?
It is very difficult because
how do you do that?
Even the service chiefs now, most at times before the appointment, if you are a GOC, air officer commanding, flag officer commanding, or AIG of police or what have you, you have to know one or two politicians or emir or what have you. So indirectly.
But it didn't used to be like this. It hasn't always been like this. It was
under this. Yes, it was from the advent of democracy, stability of democracy in 1999 that these things got spoiled. Because even the team of Obasanjo that managed me at the villa, I want to tell you, they didn't just get there like that. They got there through godfatherism. So, and that has been there till date, but it is very, very dangerous for the country because that makes the polity to be heated up, that makes it to be polluted for the fact that if one politician knows certain AIG, DIG, IG, service chief, he or she can manipulate via the meangling to get there, which ought not to be. You know, in this country, 2003 election, we knew how, even though it remains allegation to be proven till date, security agencies, especially the police, were used under a particular inspector general to rig elections that even the international community saw. So not only the police, even in other service agencies, there are areas where, as smart as you are, you use the army, you use and others.
But we noticed that before the elections, we saw redeployments, we saw people that were in Kano before moving to another state and all of that. Doesn't that help in any way? Because you're just coming. Some of them were posted to the states 2 weeks to the election, 1 week to the election. So they haven't stayed long enough to be familiar with the politicians in those states.
Don't forget the fact that superior supervision. For example, if you know the IG, the DIG, AIG, or you know the GOC or Air Officer Commanding, Flag Officer Commanding, or the Director of DSS, whichever personnel or officer is being posted there, you know in the system is obey the last order. The moment maybe the DIG or the Director of DSS or the General is talking to your Air Vice Marshal or Rear Admiral, who are you? Maybe your rank is just Deputy Superintendent of Police or Captain in the Army or Lieutenant in the Navy or Flying Officer in the Air Force or Deputy Superintendent of State. You know the DSS also have rank. They share the same rank, what have you, with the police. Who are you to say no? So the central coordinating superiority also sometimes suppresses whatever decision the intermediary or junior officers take and out of it. So most of these things have their genesis sometimes from even some of their higher echelons. Even before being posted there, some, maybe the Oga has already been seen with, even though it remains allegation with Ghana must go, you will say, Dixon, so, this is what I want you to do, this is our interest. Or Wakba, so, or Mukhtari, so, or Eze, so. These are the problems.
Okay, let's talk about INEC now. There are similar allegations that have also been raised against INEC. Some of the commissioners or resident electoral commissioners are accused of being partisan. In fact, we recall a certain time when even the president gave a nomination of one of his aides to be a, commissioner,
or not here,
in INEC, and a lot of civil society groups raised questions on that, saying, how could you, be putting up someone who is known to be a party member to be in a body that is meant to be independent and neutral, to all parties involved and the rest of them. So that kind of validates. I mean, Olereta Onoche's case is the one that was very glaring to everybody. How about those ones that people do not really know? And how can we even really tell that, this person, is there a way, is there a mechanism we could use to check, even the collation officer or returning officer sometimes who have some kind of political leaning to some.
You see, not even the two anti-graft agencies and the police special fraud unit can do this. The issues are even the people that are the watchdog are not angels. And some of the undesirable elements in INEC who have been corrupt right from time, with due respect to some of them that have integrity, already have been used to the game. Because over time, they grew in the system and they know what they do. Most of these settlements they don't just do it through saying, you come, take this cash this way. There are cronies that are used. Either Party B is close to Party A in INEC as well as others. And sometimes some of these meetings regarding this, they are sensitive. They take place outside the shores of this country. Outside the international police, can the DSS go and make any arrest even if they get the intelligence information? These are the constraints sometimes. So that is why the security agencies in Nigeria that also have international collaborations like Interpol and NIA during election duties also needed to be involved, because I am not sure that the Interpol we have, the Nigerian office, are fully involved in this election intelligence gathering.
Listening to Mr. Dantata Ayuba, I'm worried because from the picture he's painting, security personnel can get compromised, INEC personnel can get compromised. So where do we go from here, really?
Maybe the courts. I mean, since all the grievances are
that is why the tribunals are immediately after the elections they are set up. Because the issues are...
It's a green picture.
Look at what happened in Sokoto, for instance. Even though it has not been proven, the resident electoral commissioner that was suspended, he stayed away from his colleagues to do the job with ad hoc staffs. At the end of the day, many areas were inconclusive. Results were not counted nor announced. That led to the suspension by the INEC authority, which ought not to be. You cannot be monopolistic in situations like this. So in certain situations, you need to also collaborate. Like I told you, the Interpol are well trained, NIA are well trained. When there are election duties like that, you can even make them to be part of it to disguise, because when an NIA operative comes or Interpol, except he or she tells you, you will not know. But in cases where they want to do their settlement, they prefer to make everything domestic. Which ought not to be. All
right. Well, we are seeing visuals of the governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, casting his ballot, Dawakin Tofa, in Kano State. Abdullahi Ganduje is not seeking re-election, but he has a preferred candidate in Gawuna, who is
currently his
anointed,
deputy,
so to say, as they say in Nigerian political parlance, anointed
which
candidate.
Also does not even sound very democratic, but then again,
but I mean Nigeria's politics and culture. Also another issue, is the fact that a lot of people have said, well, all people who are aggrieved by the process should head to the court. There are those who have expressed, lack of confidence on the judiciary in terms of making sure that justice is served for those who feel aggrieved. Some legal practitioners are experts of, leveraging on technicalities and loopholes in our, laws to, manipulate sort of, or I would say, make the judgments to go in a certain way, and all that. What would you say about that? Have we seen the judiciary demonstrate, faith and, preserve the trust and confidence of Nigerians?
Presently we have 40 criminal justice administrations. Even on skeletal dispensation of justice as expected on issues that are not up to election issues, what do? It still goes down to what we are saying about the security agencies. The same corruption you have amongst some security agents and agencies, it extended also to the judiciary, where sometimes the tribunals, from lower tribunal to what have you, are manipulated until they are taken to appellate court. If you are lucky, the panel of judges, maybe amongst them there are those that fear God, then you get just there. If it's not, it lingers on. So many people have lost confidence in the judiciary because of the 40 criminal justice administration. And that is why oftentimes we agitated for the total restructuring of the judiciary. Not even the Chief Justice of Nigeria, who inaugurates the tribunals, can say that I can curtail the excesses and the corruptive attitude of some of the judges. So the fact remains that when anybody loses, if you are a Christian, pray very well in the church. If you are a Muslim, pray very well in the mosque. The fact that you go to tribunal, the presidential elections of 2019 and what have you, what were the outcomes? The governorship, the senatorial, House of Representatives, some have left it for God. So both the way we want the restructuring of the security apparatus, so also we want the total restructuring of the judiciary, because there is corruption there. The National Judicial Council has not been able to also find solutions to most of these attitudes. If a judge, maybe for example, has 1 year, and he or she is lucky to be made member of a tribunal, of governorship of a state, and what have you.
You say he or she is lucky. I mean, it's work, right? It's work he's been.
Some of them even lobby for it. They lobby to be members of tribunal, because I'm retiring after 1 year, so I need to have something to buy a house in Asokoro or Maitama. You know, one of the competition also is the edifices they have in Lekki, Abuja, and others, because for all of them, they want to say, after retirement, maybe as a retired judge of high court, whether state or federal or appellate court or even the apex court, I want to at least have a house in Asokoro, Maitama, Usetu, so that my contemporaries will not look down on me. And also state-of-the-art car, maybe customized.
Mr. Dantata, as much as, okay, we want the judiciary to be cleansed and all of that, how about the politicians? For instance, look at it this way. Our election is one of the most expensive in the world. Now, we have politicians who most politicians are very desperate. Even when they lose, they don't accept that they have lost. So they go to court and they join INEC in whatever suit that they're filing. INEC will take lawyers, and then that increases the cost of our elections, because INEC will have to pay with taxpayers' money. They will have to pay those lawyers. So how about the politicians that would go to court, even in some instances when they know within themselves that they do not have any case?
Well, I don't think any politician that is in his right senses would go to court without having any case. I will give you.
Sometimes, if they don't go, their party will go.
And sometimes they're scared that their supporters would, insist that
even if
they go.
Even if that candidate is of AA or SDP, I think for them going to court invisibly, there is evidence or something else. But the issues are, we also as electorates, we need to sit right, sit tight, and redress certain issues. Once somebody is lacking in credibility, extremeness, and integrity, we have no business supporting such people from even coming out. Yes, I agree that within the party machinery, you can do what you call your own primary election, but the general elections belongs to us. But you see, in much cases, because of illiteracy, poverty, and social vices, people just say, they will give me spaghetti, Maggi. I'll give you an example in some areas in Kwara. The information they gave to me, they said certain places there were Maggi, spaghetti. Even in Kano here, they said some parties were already giving people spaghetti since
rappers.
Yesterday.
Even we saw videos of rappers.
That is why we are saying in the polity, in the society, in the governance, act of governance, let there be social security. Because if, of course, there is social security and shelter, I know at worst I will have 3 bedroom. I have no business going to vote any corrupt leader. If I know I have social security that my children will be able to get educated up to university level, I have no business going to support. So there are certain deficiencies that also affects the electorate until we bring up social security, shelter plan, as well as human capacity building in this country. There are lots of families today that have remained wasted, with due respect, because once there is poverty, you won't be able to send your child to primary, secondary, or even any of the tertiary institution, which is bad luck for some families in Nigeria. And that is why we are saying that this president-elect and his team must do something, even though in his agenda he has said it. And that is why we are saying collective decision. Okay. Government of national reconciliation must be.
All right. Let's take a short break now. And then when we return, we'll take a look at other issues still on the governorship and state assembly election. Join us again.
Sunanka sai ka ci gaba.
Alhaji Ba'aba Muhammad.
Okay. Baba shekara ka nawa?
Shekara na 1934.
Okay. Baba ka yi zabe nawa a rayuwanka?
Zabe tun da fara tun muna layi. Tun muna yin layi ina yin zabe.
Baba shi ka ce
tun ana yin layi.
Okay.
Lokacin NTC da NEFO.
To ka ga mana shugabannin da ka zabe a rayuwanka a Najeriya.
Zan iya tunawa ba.
Okay.
Zan iya tunawa ba.
Do me yasa muna tambaya ka haka mun gan shakaranka amin shakarunka sun yi nisa so muna gani kamar duk wani zabe da aka yi a Najeriya kasa
duk ina yi
to ya ka gan wannan
a to wannan zaben da wanda muka yi na farko na shugaban kasa bai matsala kamar
wannan wani matsala aka samu wannan na yau fa menene me ka lura da shi
to a kwamfuta na inda muke zaɓe yana da matsala tun da aka so ina jin ba wasu bai kai mutum hudu ba tun da aka so tun da aka buga
ka zo na karfe nawa ka zo na karfe nawa
na zo nan tun karfe 7
har yanzu
015 code teacher
sauran wancan ne
shi ma ya zuba
yana nan wannan
So we do not see the person
polling units. Is where earlier we got update from our reporter Idris Jibreen, where he said that there was a bit of a commotion there, but it appears that that have been settled down now. Going back what we are seeing, the candidate of the NNPP, Abba Yusuf, there just about to cast his ballot. He is a major force in the state coming against the incumbent, or should I say the ruling party in Kano State, the All Progressives Congress, where you have Gauna, who is said to be the preferred candidate of the current governor, Abdullahi Ganduje.
You know, Ayuba, in 2019, Abba Gida stood against the governor of the state. And then now in 2023, he's standing again against the deputy governor of the state.
Yes, and you could see that how it was hard fought. The 2019 elections in Kano was really hard fought. If you look at the margin between the eventual winner and the opponent, which is Abba Yusuf, then in the People's Democratic Party, it was a major one. At a point, the election in Kano had to be declared inconclusive before eventually the results were announced. A lot of controversy trailed the declaration of the outcome in Kano State as at that time in 2019. So we are going to also be hoping to see what will then also come out of this. A lot of offsets we've seen during the presidential and National Assembly elections in Kano State, where the NNPP actually won.
And that is why a lot of analysts have said that there's a likelihood that, the results may be close to what we saw during the presidential election in Kano State.
Yes, so, well, we would continue to bring you all the updates. We still have in the studio Mahmoud Antata. He's a public affairs analyst with us. Given perspectives, we couldn't connect back to Kulela Wan, the executive director of the Electoral College Nigeria, who was joining us via Zoom. Well,
Ayuba, before he speaks, when they were showing us videos of the election in states, did you see that 86-year-old man in Yobe State?
Yes.
I like to see people at that age taking keen interest in the elections.
Yes, quite impressive, really. This time around, we've seen a lot of aged people come out to embrace the process. In fact, some of them for the first time. You could imagine seeing a man of 40, 45, 50 years old coming for the first time to cast ballot in Nigeria. This is someone that has been pre-qualified by virtue of
for many years ago.
For many years ago, and are coming out for the first time. Some of the aged people, this is not their first time. They've been doing this, But then these are a group of people who you could say, well, why should they even bother
at this point?
At this point in time. But yet you see them coming up to cast their ballot. So it's quite encouraging, especially for young people, to know that, if the aged people
are taking so much interest,
and the effort and sacrifice to come out to cast their ballot, then what about you, who is still young? Some of them, we've seen them on the fields playing football, when elections are going on.
Yeah, we saw them during the last elections,
All right, well, Antata, well, let's talk about some other issues. Yesterday, we saw a story of the president signing into law some bills that are very crucial, and I think are likely to change the dynamics of politics at the sub-national level. Signing of bill for financial independence for state assemblies and also the judiciary, coming at a time like this on the eve of governorship and state election. Do you think that that's probably a statement that the president is trying to make?
Well, you see, that office, any news that comes out, whether it is news of bitter cola, is always news. I think the interesting part of it is where he said his predecessor will have to appoint his cabinet within 60 days.
Yes.
And here was a man that spent 6 months before appointing his own ministers. What informed that? Is it a dictatorial party transmission of power to another party higher echelon who was elected, or what?
Or political party interests
were it to
from
be
within?
Atiku Abubakar or Peter Obi? Would it have been so? These are questions Nigerians need to ask. Be it as it may, let us look at the advantages and disadvantages. When a government is inaugurated, after the official taking of oath and over, no president and commander-in-chief has that right to delay appointment of cabinets for that long as Buhari did, in the sense that it is through these appointments that certain nerves are cooled down, that certain people are represented. Your state, of course, might have one or two. Your state two, my state two. So when these appointments are delayed, how do you make up of some of the assistance these appointed ministers is coming to give? Because they say delay is dangerous. So that is why I particularly celebrate that aspect of what he read out. Let appointments be made within 60 days.
Apart from the fact that you say they are coming to represent people, isn't it about the fact that the country needs to work, and the fact that if there is any delay, the country could just be stagnant?
Don't forget there is a system. In every ministry, you have a permanent secretary who is a career civil servant. So whether a minister is there or not, the permanent secretary goes to the... Don't forget during the last dispensation, permanent secretaries in various ministries at the federal level took over as acting ministers before the president and commander-in-chief appointed substantive ministers. So whether...
acting capacity, there's a limit to what you can do.
Politically, it is good for ministers to be there. But if you are talking about the day-to-day running of the system, already the system is there. You only come as a political appointee to supervise. But the day-to-day work is the job of the civil servants and other people that are career people. And that is why you see whether there is Minister of Defense or not, the defense forces work, because there and then there is a chief of defense staff, there is a service chief. So also the police, there is always Inspector General of Police, there is always a DG, DSS, and what have you. So whether the Secretary to the Government of the Federation is there or not, Permanent Secretary General Services office is always there, and other things. So the system is already programmed
we'll have to interject.
To that extent.
Sorry, Mahmoud, we'll have to interject. We'll take interviews now. We understand that the candidate of the NNPP is granting an interview. Take a look.
Areas of the state, but as far as my constituency is concerned, I'm confident that at the end of the day, the INEC is going to conduct a credible election. However, we have some issues of violence. Even here in my constituency, I was reliably informed that the APC chairman, who has been a notorious also today brought so many thugs into the voting units and perpetrated violence. They have conducted themselves in an unruly manner, and that has been his character, which we, for quite a long time, we informed the security agencies. As somebody that feels that he's above the law, and you, President, before I came, have seen by your own naked eyes what happened.
Okay, there you have it. The candidate of the NNPP, Yusuf Abba, there, given a press briefing, I believe at his own polling unit where he cast his ballot. Well, thank you. We still have in the studio Mahmoud and Tata. Well, Mahmoud, we had there, still going back to the issue of violence and disruption of the process in some places. Briefly, if you may just comment on that before we go back to earlier discussion.
You see, even with the changes of the higher security echelons in Kano, this thing still continues. It's unfortunate because I'm aware of the deployment of Commissioner of Police Fale, who is to be the Commissioner of Police to oversee the affairs of the election in Kano. You see, sometimes that is why we talk about this compromise. Yes, it is visible from the submission of the NNPP candidate. You already knew that is the higher security echelon, the Inspector General of Police, National Security Advisor, Chief of Army Staff, Naval DG, DSS, and you refuse to take certain steps to post enough intelligence officers because we are there to be plain clothes. Forget about the combat-looking police officers there. Most of them might have control because we saw even when one of the boys was trying to bring out.
Do you think that there's any amount of security personnel that you put?
Okay, why do we have special forces in all the arms of the security? You see those with overall. Take the armed forces, the special forces officers.
All right, Mr.
They wouldn't condone this rascality.
Just hold your thoughts. We'll have to cross over to Lagos State, where Biodun Alade is standing by to give us updates.
Hello, Biodun. Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Good morning. Good morning, and thank you. How is Lagos this morning?
Well, I must say that Lagos is calm so far. The election started pretty early, as early as 7:30. Most of the INEC officials were already on ground, and then the electoral materials were already deployed. So by 8:30, people started casting their vote. The turnout has been a little bit impressive from what we saw on February 25. So just some few minutes ago, the governor of the state voted. And he actually commended voters' turnout. So here we are at Bodilion now. We are just by my right here, by my right hand side there. If Taiwo can just pan the camera, this is the house of the president-elect. Yes, this is the house of the president-elect. So that's where we are now. And then we have a polling unit that is just opposite that house. So people have finished voting. As of now, nobody is there. But we can actually see that some ballots are there, so we are being told that they are expecting more people to actually to come and cast their vote. But so far, the street of Lagos is calm. People are anxiously waiting. The candidate of the Labour Party actually complained of voter suppression, but this have not been substantiated. Though there have been some clip about people asking people not to come out, but. Earlier today, we spoke with the president of Women Arise, Dr. Odumaki, who told us that she has heard about that report, but her team are trying to actually see if they can verify. But the commissioner of police have said that Lagosians should come out and they should cast their vote.
Okay. That we also understand about this festival, this Oru festival, or what is called. In Lagos State, and that generated a lot of controversy for some people. How is that affecting polls in any way from what you have observed, maybe from what you have gathered from other parts of the state?
Yes, what we have observed is that most of the messages that were passed out about the festival by late Friday. People started denying it, but of course, you know, the message have gone out. Some people didn't want to come out to actually to come and cast their ballot. So in places like Ikate, in places like Okota, so far, I've heard that people didn't come out early. But so far, we actually believe that at 10 o'clock, we started getting another report that people have started coming out to actually vote. So I think what was done with that message was that message actually passed. Actually send fear signal into the mind of people, especially the non-indigenous.
Okay. Abiodun, what is the security situation like? Do we have beefed up security around the state?
Around the state, yes, I can actually say that we seem to have a good presence of security operative, and everywhere seems calm now, especially we have been able to go to places like Egbeda this morning, places like Ikeja, places like Alausa. We have visited Adeniji Adele. Now we are on Bodilon Street. So from all these places, it has been calm so far. But you know, places in Lagos that are open to violence are always places like Etiosa, Okota, Oshodi. So we are still waiting to actually get a report from there, maybe later today. And in fact, I have some party agents here with me. I don't know if you want to speak with them.
Skirmishes around Oshodi. Is that something you can confirm?
Well, every election cycle in that area always have a pocket of violence, and so this one is not different. But I believe that the security operative are actually on ground to actually see that they address whatsoever might be going on around that area.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Abiodun. We'll continue to join you for more updates as they unfold. Please stay safe out there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, so far, so good. We've not had negative stories of violence, at least except for maybe Kano in that polling unit where we had the commotion earlier on, and we've heard the complaints of even the governorship candidate of the NNPP who voted at that polling unit. But let's go back to our discussion earlier about the task ahead of whoever, you know, or the people that will emerge eventually as governors and members of state assembly. It appears that the president has already given them a task, and already there are elements that could, you know, change the way things have always been done, especially if you look at this issue. Now, aside this nomination of cabinet members within 60 days of inauguration, we also have the issue of financial independence of the state assemblies and the judiciary. Those are key institutions or systems that have always, you know, shaped the way politics is done at the subnational level, isn't it?
Well, my experience as an analyst, I have not in this dispensation seen, even when you grant financial autonomy to state houses of assembly, where the governor will still not have control. Because even the election of speakers, deputy speakers, and principal officers of the state houses of assembly is, in most cases, manipulated by the chief executive officer of the state, and the reasons are not.
But in this case, his powers or his influence seems to have been, you know, whittled down. Going by this,
same thing.
I mean, it has always been about the funds.
Same thing was said when the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit said they were going to be giving their monies for local government directly. Till date, it has not been effected. So that is to tell you, these governors, whether outgoing or incoming, they always have their way. As it stands, except certain measures are taken.
Well, this law says that it will be moved to the concurrent list, which means that, you know.
Well, let's not preempt. Let's wait until it happens. But for me, I'm still skeptical because I know how the politics of state works. Once a governor emerges, all allegiance, all loyalty goes down there. In fact, in their own case, they might even be the ones to even want the governors to come and be in charge.
I was going to ask you, say all allegiance goes to the governor. So now, is it the governor that is insisting on it? Or the assembly members will just ordinarily want to?
Ordinarily, they want to. Why? Because sometimes some of the take-home package in the assembly, what have you, are not up to anything. So there are certain invisible gifts they get. For example, if you are a principal officer in the state assembly, most of these foreign trips that the governors make, sometimes you can make the list. There are certain juicy contracts, there are certain opportunities at federal level. Maybe my brother wants to be this. Okay, Mr. Governor, lobby the president and commander-in-chief for me. These are things we know because we are not also alien to governance. We have sat on certain seats over time. We know how this thing goes. So the issues are sometimes not even the fault of the governors. Now, if the governor emerges, and there are also state houses of assembly members, it is even glorified when they see themselves being in the entourage of the governor or in the list or good books of the governor. Look at Osun State, for instance. Demola Adeleke, when he emerged, even some of the members of Osun State House of Assembly who are of the APC went to say, we are loyal, sir, and we are ready to support whatever move you make. So look at that, because the Itato governor has gone, the new one has gone, so I have to protect myself. So there are certain unforeseen things that they do that we don't know that pushes them to even wanting to reckon with certain incumbent governors that are there for that time.
From what you're saying, are you saying that this law is not going to make any difference at all?
Laws are made physically, but the other invisible things that happens are what I'm telling you, because the system has already made it that way until when we restructure the entire polity as well, just the way we agitated for that of the security and judiciary, because the corruption we talk about is not only the ones we see. There are also invisible ones, because I want to be relevant. It's just like the National Assembly, for instance. Why do you think some senators and the House of Rep members, even though they have their mandate, even though they have their independence and what have you, they become extension of the presidential villa by way of becoming proteges, because they want to always be with the president, and commander-in-chief want to always be part of some of the trips the Mr. President makes. So same thing extend to the states. They want to be relevant, and for you to be relevant and to be able to live up to expectation of your state constituency, sometimes you need to be in the good book of the governor. And that is why these laws will always be in the theoretical aspect but not in practical aspect, as the local government own refuse to exist.
Okay, all right, well, we are getting breaking stories coming up even as we speak from some of the polling units from across the country. So one of the stories says Nollywood actress Choma Akpota has cried out in fear after being attacked at her polling unit in Lagos. We heard also that the attacked Lagos LP Assembly candidate missing from INEC list. That's talking about Olumide Oworu, the Etiosa. I think it's the area of Surulere 1 constituency. The candidate who is seeking to replace Desmond Elliott. In that governorship election, we understand that his name is missing on the INEC list. So that's another story. Then we also have another story that says a party official has been reportedly shot dead in Ogoja, the northern part of Cross River. Those are the kind of stories that we are hearing. Also, there's another worrisome story in Bauchi this time around. INEC staff protesting non-payment of allowance in Bauchi State. I recall that during the presidential and National Assembly elections, we had a similar scenario in Kano, where INEC officials, not whether ad hoc or INEC officials, were protesting non-payment of their allowances. Do you think that this is something that portends danger? I mean, when you put someone in a place where there's a tendency for him to compromise because of some kind of inducement by politicians, and now he's not paid his little stipends or allowance that he's meant to have, what does that portend?
Before that, the question we should be asking is, did the Apex Bank, that is Central Bank of Nigeria, give the complete money to INEC or not? Because before the presidential, senatorial and House of Representatives elections, I was meant to know that the INEC chairman said they weren't even going to take digital money. It must be cash. So whether the CBN gave them cash at that time or not, we don't know.
Well, we got a report then that the money was released at that time.
It is morally wrong for INEC not to pay, whether it is ad hoc or permanent staff. For permanent staffs, they are under their nominal role. They have their monthly salary and what have you. So all other ones will be for special duties. I think theirs is not as dangerous as the ad hoc staff, because when you say ad hoc staff, this is somebody you are bringing for that purpose, and you must do everything attractive, because if you fail to live up to these expectations, the other aspect is that INEC ad hoc staff can as well go and take tips and compromise standards, can even pretend that on our way, they can even connect with some of the security agents and say, while we were taking the ballot boxes to the collation center, we were ambushed, which sometimes are fabricated reports. We know all this. So I think whoever is in charge of INEC accounts should please, from what they are hearing from this live broadcast now, should take every possible step to go and do that with immediate aid, because it is very, very dangerous and can lead to another indirect way of corruption. Because if I know what I'm working for, I'm not paid, and there is somebody that is ready to give me something to compromise, we can do. That is why we saw some videos during the last election where tom printing were taking place. It didn't just happen out of nothing. Certain people, because of certain poor welfare, were compromised and they were taken somewhere and they did what they had to do. And some of these results got their way into the coalition, what have you, even though it remains allegation.
All right. Well, we'll take a short interview, this time around by the governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom, who earlier spoke to journalists. Take a look.
Commended just like today, you can see that with Beavers, the accreditation and the voting process has been made very easy. So on the part of the electorate, they did well, as you can see. But the challenge was from INEC. Why did they not upload the results electronically as was stipulated in their guidelines?
All right. Well, there you have it. The governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom, speaking about the whole electoral process to voters. Well, we also have other situations or reports coming in. We understand that the APC governorship candidate in Kano, Nasir Yusuf Gowda, earlier displayed his ballot paper. That seemed to be a new trend now. After, after tom printing, then you now show it to the electorate around that place. Some have quarreled with that, saying that this could lead to intimidation of others who are not necessarily going to be voting for a particular candidate in that polling unit.
And we saw the president do it during the presidential
personalities.
election.
There is difference between personalities and other people. For them, it is expected because this is their own party and it is under the party platform they are contesting as governor or state assembly members. For the governorship candidates, I don't think there is anything wrong there. It's not a Nollywood film or Carnival or Bollywood or Hollywood or so. So I think for them, it's an exception. For any other person, you can do it. It's a secret ballot, what have you. And Kano election is historical. These were Itato one family. Gawuna was part of the Kwankwaso family in 2011, don't forget. All these people, so it's like brother contesting against a brother. And Gawuna is incumbent deputy governor. His deputy was once so. Himself, Abba Gida was once commissioner for works under Kwankwaso administration. So this is like saying Jerusalem and Palestine, one brother fighting the other. But the whole issue in Kano is very, very interesting because there are 30 states I'm very much interested in their elections. Kano is one, Bauchi is two, and Oyo State, Ibadan.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about Oyo
State. Third. Why? Because the former Senate leader, Teslim Folarin, Mr. Gai Shanshan, is contesting under APC against Makinde of PDP. Coincidentally, these two people are people I knew even before their advent in politics.
And we do know that during the presidential election, the state went to the APC. Do you foresee a repeat of that in this election?
Well,
even though the incumbent governor is of the PDP?
From feelers, it appears the former Senate leader might have his way. There is one thing that is familiar with the men, the Konk Ibadan indigenous. The moment they say we are no longer doing, outside Abjimobi, the late former governor, breaking the jinx of getting second term, no governor, civilian governor, Kolapo Ishola, even though it was short-lived, then came Lam Adeshina after first time, came Ladoja, then it was thwarted, then his deputy, Alao Akala, then Alao Akala himself did not get second time until Ajimobi. So if it repeats itself, if Makinde is fortunate to get second time, then we will now say Ibadan people have relaxed their Mr. Fuji Sikiro and their Barrister Fuji garbage. But if Teslim Folarin, who is a core Ibadan indigent, because Makinde is from Ogbomosho area, so it means the spirit of Fuji Gabe, Krina Sikiri, and the barrister is still there. They have one thing, togetherness, just like the Kano politics. You find out it is when the people from Kano Central and within the metropolis agree before they now bring a candidate from outside. Kwankwaso was from outside main Kano and also of others. So the issues are, let's just pray for peace, but be it as it may, let the candidates also tell their supporters not to go into ballot box snatching, thuggery, and fighting. Because when you fight, electoral law provision as amended is there. Is there. So if you do that, it is going to deprive you of the chances of being declared. Therefore, it is a clarion call for candidates in Kano, Oyo, Lagos, Bauchi, and other states that are porous to please call their followership to order. Because
you haven't talked about Sokoto State, where you remember in the presidential election, the gap between the PDP and the PDP took the state, but then the gap was very slim.
Absolutely.
About 2,000.
And that is the only state.
About 3,000.
That was the only state where the resident electoral commissioner was suspended.
Yeah.
You know. So it's also a state of point, especially with our own former speaker, Tambuwal, who is the incumbent governor now, going out, and his predecessor in PDP, if God wishes, and is contender in APC and other parties. We are even more particular about these two major parties. We refuse to mention SDP, AA, and other parties outside NNPP that is prominent in Kano. Other parties too, you are very important. Your candidates, do your best so that your antecedents can make you victorious in this election.
All right. So other stories coming in, like I earlier mentioned, is that the name of the Labour Party candidate of Surulere 1 constituency, Olumide Oworu, is missing on INEC final list of governorship and State House of Assembly candidates in Lagos State. So, I mean, whether or not this should be happening at this point in time, a check by Daily Trust has actually confirmed that the final list of the gubernatorial and the State Assembly election candidates, his name is not there. So what could have happened? I mean, in the National Assembly elections, we also had a similar situation where the logo of the Labour Party at the National Assembly election was missing, on the ballot. Some of these, things that do happen. Is it something that we don't get to know until the day of election, or we knew before the day of election and nothing could be done about it?
Sometimes the Independent National Electoral Commission contracts out the printing of these electoral materials. So sometimes it could be production error, sometimes it could be an error from INEC. So it's a two-way mistake. But whatever or whoever is responsible for that, what I know in the past elections from 1999 till 2015 is that once the name of one party candidate or logo does not appear, automatically you cancel such election.
Again, that also raises another issue. We had allegations. In fact, it's no longer an allegation. It's been confirmed that the candidate of the APC in Adamawa State has a printing company, and that printing of ballot papers were contracted to her company. So again, it raises the question of integrity and who the people responsible for those printings. And the integrity of INEC is at stake here when we hear such stories. So if partisan people are in charge of some of these things, is it not also another way of systemic shortchanging of some other candidates when you hear such stories that, party A or party B or so is missing on the ballot?
You see, sometimes when I hear INEC contracting the printing of electoral materials to people who are also contesting, it brings me to this question of the federal commissioners, the INEC chairman and other intellectuals, what happened to the school they went to. I can list certain people that we were in the civil society together that are today federal commissioners. Aruna Mohammed is from the media, from Niger State. Festus Okoye in charge of their information, a lawyer, legal luminary, and even Obe, she's also a federal commissioner there. Even if anybody is advising otherwise, as federal commissioners, you have take in it. We have Nigerian Security Printing and Minting Company, a subsidiary of CBN. That security printing has been lying fallow. Even our currency are no longer printed by it. Then even our electoral material. Then the question I want to ask, is it only the international passport we use in traveling by immigration that the security printing and minting now prints, or even at that, they don't print even the international passport? EFCC and ICPC, you have not done certain duties, because with credible intelligence, you ought to
invited the managing director, then sought the consent of the Registrar General of Corporate Affairs Commission as to the board of trustees of that company that is alleged to be owned by Binani, the APC governorship candidate. Because in American setup, the democracy we are practicing is American style. Automatically, that brings our illegibility to play. For you to be a candidate of an opposition party, then you have the printing company that printed electoral materials in American soil. You know, Mr. Ayuba and my good sister, it can never happen. So where then is the integrity? Where then is the fight against corruption that the ICPC and EFCC are, you know, portraying?
So the explanation given by INEC is that the commission is unaware of the fact that Aisha Binani has anything to do with that company. And they said that from their checks from the CAC, there was no indication that she was involved, with that firm, that printing firm.
Well, the INEC,
So that raises another question of due diligence, just like
you see, some people just take their allowances and take whatever. In that INEC you are seeing, there is a whole deputy commissioner of police that is in charge of INEC security, DC. And you know the importance of that office. So if they had allowed the DC in charge of INEC there to do his job, they, with the collaboration with DSS and others, will have fished out certain people that will have sung the real song of her owning that company. There are many people in this country till date, since they left power, you can't trace certain things, but we know they own certain company, but there were ways, there are modalities that were adopted to know. So if the INEC as an empire and as an organization wanted to know, they would have made the deputy commissioner of police in charge and the DSS operatives there to do their secret intelligence gathering. They are well trained for that. But as civil servants or as appointees, how much can they do to know? Most of these politicians are very smart. Even me, in my level now, if I have 300 million, and I'm appointed into government and I want to set up a company, I can come to you as my good friend and my good sister here. Please bring one of your cousins or nephew. That is how it goes. But through pinning down in the intelligence arm, there is a way. Those people will sing a Dankwairo song or Sadebe song to come out.
All right, Mr. Dantata, we're getting, there's a video here from Sokoto where a suspected ballot box snatcher was brutalized by the electorate. Now, first of all, why do we still have cases of ballot box snatching with the beavers?
Well, the beavers authenticate, then later count and does water things. So most of the voting pattern, once you take it into box and whatever. So these boxes are still visible and visible there. So that is why you still have them. So as you vote, for example, during the presidential, senatorial, and what have you, they give you 3 papers. So for the presidential, for senatorial, and House of, but in this case, it's 2. So you still have to go at the end of the day through the watch of the security and what have you, and put it in the box.
Of what use is this to the person who is stealing it?
Well, maybe he has been compromised by way of getting money. Any political talk that you see, don't forget, even a graduate that went to the university in Kogi State during the last election was killed. You remember that NYC picture they showed? So even somebody that went to university that is supposed to have formal education indulged in that because of inducement. So it is possible this political talk, because of poverty or illiteracy, still, even with the Riot Act read out, there is a particular DIG in charge of one of the eastern states that said snatching of ballot box amounts to you being shot at sight, and we send you to God, and it lies with God to know where to put you.
Re-echoing the statements of the president earlier in 2019. Well, thank you so much for your analysis. I must say, very, very insightful, Mahmoud Dantata, public affairs analyst, for joining us on Nigeria Decides and bringing in all your perspectives on all of the issues that are emanating from the field as we receive them. We will be taking a short breather, and then when we return at 12, there will be news update, and then thereafter the analysis will continue at 1 p.m. Here on Trust TV. Don't go anywhere. We have all that you need to know as we have this election today. Please stay with us.
Well, I'm happy that my unit this morning. Material arrived early, and the voting process is going off smoothly. For now, I'll be very peaceful now.
What are your expectations?
My expectation is, Nigeria, we want democracy, and the truth of it is that that's the only way we can have peace in this country. We know that we are going to achieve it with the process of this voting. If it goes round, that what is happening in my unit is what is happening across the whole 270 wards. It's going to be good for Nigeria and for democracy.
How do you assess the turnout so far?
Well, you can see that for now, it's not like the other one. This time, everything is well orderly, and the turnout for now is okay.
Are you hopeful of winning, sir?
Yeah, because we have worked very hard as a party. We worked very hard. We've gone around the 270 wards, done community to community campaigns, done unit to unit. So we've done very well. We've worked very hard.
015 code.
Teacher.
Sauran wancan ne.
yayin da yake batun kaɗa tasa ƙuri'ar a garin Ganduje da hukumar dawakin Tofa. Haɗa ƙuri'arta a garin Ganduje da ke ƙaramar hukumar dawakin Tofa na zaɓen wato gwamna da ke gudanarwa a yau da 'yan majalisar jihar.
wancan zaben can suka je suka same mu me yasa suka ki zuwa
yana nan wannan
So we do now see the person we are trying to be as if they are biased. That is why we try to make it known to everybody. Thank you very much. No, maybe 7 something. 1,000.
C'est pas la peine de s'y avoir tout le temps.
Well, this is one of the voting centers across the metropolitan city of Kano, where hundreds of voters have already turned out to vote. Even though the election has not started yet, it's too early for that. But I can see behind me here are the election officials distributing both sensitive and non-sensitive materials to the electoral officers that are going to take care of all the polling units that are within this primary school in Nasarawa area of Kano metropolis. But at the moment, many people have come out, have seen so many people sitting down. They are waiting for the electoral officers to start distributing the electoral materials so that voting will commence in this place. I have also visited a number of places. It's surprising. This is one of the few places that I've seen many people that turned out. There are other places where I couldn't see anybody. People have not started coming out. Likewise on the streets are deserted, but there are also presence of security officials everywhere you go across Kano metropolis. Now, we are following the situation to see how it's going to start, but it's too early for voting to start. But at the moment, any moment from now, voting is going to start across the state, especially places where electoral materials have already arrived.